Yeah,
She's
so
an old girl.
I was gonna call out today so I could watch the international without being interrupted, but I was like, wait, don't use it. Let's see how the day pans out. It's a Friday. Maybe no one calls in.
How
No
many
one,
called in?
no one fucking called in. I did like 2 calls today. I just
Amazing.
now to be fair, I completely ignored the queue. I didn't even do a single thing from the queue. I was like, oh, hey, a phone call came in, I'll take that. Boom, done. Oh, hey, another phone call came in, I'll take that. Boom, done. Yeah, see, look, I'm doing work, boss. I did not do a single fucking thing from the queue.
Amazing.
Yep.
Most productive
Great.
IT midday.
And you're probably still the most productive member of today.
You know what? I might have been.
Didn't touch the
No,
queue
might
or
have.
probably.
But yeah, I
Didn't
just
touch the queue, still more productive than your teammates.
did I fall into the star sector hole? Yeah. I mean, I spent the last couple hours after Dota ended, right? I spent the last couple hours getting everything updated and ready again for a new playthrough.
Which will be promptly broken by a new update.
No, they only update Star Sector like once every year, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, that's not bad then.
Yeah.
It's not like current Warhammer where I can't even start a fucking campaign because I don't know if there's going to be a hotfix in 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, it's also like shit only breaks in Star Sector if you're doing something stupid. Like you're trying to play a mod that's out of version. Without confirming with everyone else that the mod works when it's out of version. Because sometimes it does, right? Like sometimes the mod is completely unaffected by the version change because with each version change, massive coding changes. Massive coding changes sometimes. So sometimes some mods just never need to be updated because they operate on code that doesn't get changed. But some other mods, like when there was the fighters, the fighter code got updated. Pretty much every mod that added fighters to the game broke.
Well, yeah, of course.
And you had to get the updated version, and if it didn't get updated, then it didn't get updated, and you couldn't use it anymore. There was no fixing it. Like it wasn't just a case of like, oh yeah, you just gotta go in and deactivate this one ability. It's like no, they fundamentally changed how fighters work. You just can't use this anymore. Period. Like okay. But it's not bad. It's nice because when I install a mod, it generally just fucking works, and generally things don't overlap. I mean, obviously, of course, if you're trying to install like realistic combat, but then you're trying to also install like ballistic overhaul, they're gonna conflict on what the files they're editing are, and so they're gonna crash.
Well,
But
that seems obvious.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
but anybody
that's what I'm
who's
saying.
not smart enough to figure that out deserves to crash.
Right, exactly. But that's what I'm saying, though. It's like, that crashes, and it's like, that's an obvious crash. You don't get the unobvious crashes like you do with fucking XCOM and Warhammer, where it's like you start it up and it crashes, and you're like, okay, well, I have to go through and disable all these mods. And then finally you disable the Skaven mod because it conflicts with the Protonia mod, and none of them touch the same stuff at all, period. And it's like, huh? Why would do these conflict? This makes no sense. Well, I mean, generally, I don't find that mod to be particularly tolerable. I think it's just kind of weird.
Which mod?
The rape sector mod.
I'm sorry, the
what?
It's a mod that added in options to forcefully sex all of the NPCs in the game.
Oh, so a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. So, like, Here's the thing, right?
Why are we
listen,
even like
listen,
mentioning this?
Listen, I don't care what someone's justification is. You're fucking weird for putting that in.
Right. No, I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think you. I don't. I want to be clear. I don't think you were trying to defend that.
What I'm trying to say though is like, I find sex mods being added to games to be weird, right? Because it's like, how to formulate this, right? So
It's like
everyone
if
here
you-
knows. Well, no, everyone here knows I find porn weird because it's like it's a video of two people having sex. The point of sex is for you to have it. I find it a little bit weird that you're watching a video of someone else doing it. And you're kind of just like sitting there as like this like fucking poor little piece of shit who's got one charisma and whose weight is measured in triple digits. But you know, the 1 and 2 are broken.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like sex is a more fundamental part of living. Is what I'm trying to say, I guess. It's like if someone installed a food mod randomly, right? Like if you're playing like Call of Duty and you install a food mod, so then when you press the X key, your character takes out a carrot and eats it, and like you don't get any benefits from it in the game because it's a mod, right? I mean, yeah, sure, I guess they could mod in like, oh, you get plus 3,000 HP. But like the game's about shooting people, and you mod in the ability to eat a carrot on a key press. It's kind of just weird, and I'm not really sure what it accomplishes.
yeah, I mean, there are some games where like I kind of get why someone like if you add it to something like Skyrim, I still think it's weird, but I can understand why someone who's like, I want to make this a life sim kind of thing. Like I've
Right,
added in
exactly. Yeah, I can sort of
survival
more
and
understand it.
stuff.
Right. Yeah, and you add the ability to have kids and whatnot, or you just want to rape them because you add the animations in or whatever. It's like, but that's more reasonable because you have the models in front of you. You're at least enacting a porno, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Like,
I just wish they
as
would
far as
take
porn goes, right?
features
Like, look,
from those mods and stop putting the
if
sex in
someone
them.
gets
goddammit.
enjoyment from it, fine, go for it. I don't care one way or another. Like,
Right, but what I'm saying is like you're at least hitting the minimum bar of it's porn.
yeah, no, I fully
Star
agree with you. Like,
Sector, it's literally just text. Like, oh, their portrait changes because they included some custom portraits after you do it to some of the NPCs. It's like, oh, their portrait changes, but the portrait's still just their face. But like, you know, their face is now like beat up and it's got like cum on it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's a little bit weird, but like the entire interaction is through text. And it's like reading one of fucking signed stories of like it's just telling you all the sex that happened. It's like, why?
I could kind of understand a sort of, I don't know, like a romance mod or something. Like no F sex is kind of like you talk to the NPCs, you build like an RP of you're exploring this world, you're interacting
Right,
with the
but
NPCs more.
even then, text-based romance is more understandable to me
Yeah,
because
I'm just
that's
saying
more
that's acceptable compared to
right.
porn.
But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying though is the romance aspect is more about emotion. It's more about fantasy.
yeah, oh, Argenta really loves me or whatever, right?
Right. And but what I'm saying is it's the physical act, the sex part, the actual sex part doesn't it's really weird.
It
that
doesn't make
you-
your monkey brain go ooga ooga.
Yeah, it's just kind of really weird. I get the romance part, but I don't really get the why the text-based sex. It's like I just don't understand sexting. That's not that like, and that's in the same realm. Sexting and text-based sex in general, erotic role play in general. I don't.
I mean, look, if you're
I
in
don't
like a
get it.
long distance relationship, like sending like sexy pictures and saying I want to do X,
Oh no no
Y,
no
Z,
no!
and
That's different. Pictures is different.
no. But like part of that
No,
is your
he's talking
not
only.
not everything is gonna have a picture. Like
Right, but that's what I'm saying though. Is the picture separates it. If you're just like, yeah, I'm taking off my underwear now. My dick is really hard. And then you hit, that's it. That's all you hit. You just hit send,
yeah.
and it's like, okay, what does that accomplish? Like,
Wow, you've
there's
never
no
actually
romance.
sexted with someone before.
Yeah, no, I've never sexted with anyone. How can you tell?
You want me to explain it?
The fact that you don't know what it means makes me very sad and very old.
A little bit. So, you know the whole women are 90% mental thing, right?
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that plays on that, okay? The whole thing is about getting into her head, getting her worked up. See, all right.
Yeah,
The
no,
Let's Crazy X
no.
love this shit,
Yeah, I just don't.
and
I just don't get it.
it was like writing stories back and forth to each
No,
other.
no,
is what we were doing.
I get that aspect. What I'm saying is I don't understand it fundamentally. I don't understand people that look at text and then imagine that scenario in their head and get sexually turned on by it.
It's foreplay, my dude.
Yeah, no, it means nothing to me.
You are missing out. You
No, I'm
need
not
a
really.
woman to experiment with all this shit with.
I had a
That way
woman.
you'll understand.
She went crazy.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah. And then went around telling all my friends behind my back that I raped her. You know,
Yeah, they'll do
after
that
her-
too.
after her new boyfriend did.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
she blamed
yeah.
me for not staying with her because she wouldn't have been raped if I stayed with her. So clearly
Yeah, that
it's
is
my fault.
that is woman logic.
Yep.
I mean, look, that whole
Well,
thing is an
also, she
absolute
can't blame
bundle of
Chad.
nonsense. But like,
Oh, she did not get Chad. She did not get Chad. Turns out the guy was also a pedophile.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is this a conversation that we're having?
Because Max is in here.
Wow.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and slap the response down. Let's go read fanfiction instead.
All right.
Yeah.
As your
Excellent.
punishment.
I am glad I foreplayed you guys into wanting to hear this fanfiction.
I'm going to strangle you. I'm seeing you in 24 hours. Prepare your neck.
hey, whoa, no, we were just saying we're not here for foreplay.
No, I don't fucking
God
care if you
damn
have a
it.
strangulation fetish.
Wait, so
prepare your
Nose-
neck for the noose.
Wait,
No,
Nose, are you saying you're gonna wrap your hands around my long, veiny shaft?
You know what? I'm going to take satisfaction in watching you breathe out your fucking last, you piece of shit.
Sneaky over here signing his own death warrant.
I mean,
Disclaimer: they are
I'm-
meeting in Chicago within 24 hours of now.
Indeed,
Godspeed.
we're entering the PvP zone.
oh boy, yeah, okay, officially, Nose, you're gonna take an Uber and I'm gonna comp the Uber. I am not having you two in the same vehicle because I'm driving.
I promise not.
I'm taking all of us with me.
I promise not to do anything until we're in the Thunderdome.
Cage match, let's go!
Chicago.
No,
Isn't
it's
Chicago
downtown
the Thunderdome itself?
No, that's
Chicago.
Southern
No.
Chicago.
Chicago is the battle royale that you have to go through to get to the Thunderdome.
Yeah.
You know what? I kind of want that as a story now. You complete the
reward is
battle
more fighting.
royale, but there's been like 200 other battle royales. You get in there and they're like, "Welcome to the Thunderdome final bracket." What?
To the Thunderdome
What?
final bracket.
Like, put it in like one of those like dumb like isekai stories or something. Like,
Oh god. Oh. Anyway, so, speaking of leftist hellholes, I was actually watching a video today from Asmongold, who was watching a video of someone else, where apparently the story for this is the streamer's sister owns a house that she rents out, Airbnb, one specific room, rents out to Airbnb because there's a lot of rooms in the house and she doesn't use them all. And it's LA, so it's kind of expensive.
Hideously expensive.
Yeah. So one day, apparently, this lady rented the room for 28 days. And then kept staying for 2 more. So now she's there for 30. So now legally, she's a tenant. And she's now squatting the property. And this
and
lady,
they can't remove her.
they can't remove her anymore because she's now a tenant. And her occupation of the property is now a tenancy issue, which is a civil issue, not a federal, not a crime.
So she has to go to civil court or some shit.
Yeah. And she's a professional squatter. She's apparently been hopping from location to location for the past 30 years. The police know her by her first name. So the sister was at wit's end, and she didn't know what to do. And the kick streamer brother was like, "Don't worry, this is actually my specialty." Apparently, in the past, according to the comments, he's made like 4 or 5 ear rape videos.
What the fuck is that? Where he's just screeching?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of an ASMR video, where
I mean, that's kind of funny.
yeah, basically it's the opposite of an ASMR video where he just plays the most obnoxious noises as loud as possible, as close to the mic as possible, and does it for like the entire stream. And that's
so it's like
his
someone-
content.
And someone consume. Okay, look, I want to be clear. I do not understand ASMR. Like,
And people consume this, yes.
but like, I at least
Okay.
understand why
So,
someone would be like, let's have the pretty girl or
Whisper
the
into
guy
my
with
ear,
the
yeah,
nice
yeah.
voice whisper.
Yeah.
Weird, but sure, whatever.
So you have to keep in mind, Atin, children with undeveloped TikTok brains think this is funny.
I was gonna say these are the same people who think spamming the Soviet anthem at max volume is funny.
Yeah. So, that's what he does. He shows up to the house with like 20 rolled blunts and a bunch of speakers, and then for the like next 72 hours just plays obnoxious sounds, music, text to speech, Twitch, you send in a donation in, and the text to speech reads out your donation.
Yeah.
He had he had donation music where you could send a donation in and it would play the song you sent in with it. Just everything. He had everything. He was listening to the TV at max volume. He had ear rape noises playing at max volume. He was smoking a blunt after blunt after blunt in the main room. He was half naked. He just did everything. And of course, this lady is low IQ, and just all the worst aspects of a person. Functionally, I don't consider her one. I consider her subhuman. Don't worry, she's white. I can say that.
Oh, good.
And like she's also like super racist throughout the entire thing. She calls him like a Vietnamese pig hooker and shit like that because he's Asian.
That's an interesting terminology.
Yeah,
and this was in California?
Yeah, this was California, LA. And she's calling the police left and right on him, trying to get him to get moved out, and the police are like, "We don't handle noise complaints. Anything happening inside the house is a dispute with the tenant owner." Did he touch you? No. Then we're leaving. And so basically he just fucking torments her. It is the funniest shit to watch, but at one point, she changes the locks on the door. Which is...
Oh, that's illegal.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. So that backfires on her because the police show up and they're like, yeah, you can't change the locks. You're not the owner of the home. You can't prevent the owner of the home from entering his home. That's illegal. We will arrest you. Give him the keys or we're going to arrest you. So she gives him the keys. She, fucks with the breaker a bunch, turning off power and stuff to make his obnoxious sounds turn off. Then he fucks with the power, turning her side of the house off. But I made a comment on Science Server of there's clearly a God, because someone up there is preventing me from committing felonies. Because if I had to deal with someone like that, it would only be an issue for a day, because I would just wait for them to fall asleep, and I would break their skull open, and then drag their corpse out and dump it in some forest or something.
They never found the body.
Like, I just would not tolerate that at all.
I don't know what happened, officer. She left.
She just
She
left.
gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how
surprised
that
at you.
would work.
Well,
Like-
considering the fact that she constantly hops from house to house, that would actually work in that case.
I mean, it might help, but
They wouldn't
you're
want
going
to
to be the
believe
person
it.
investigated.
Oh,
Oh,
probably.
yeah, they'd
Like I said, God is the only thing separating me from multiple felonies. Because I have never been put into a situation where I've had to do that before. I was close a couple times with some people in Champlain. But I was also close that one time at ESF, not at ESF, at Imagination, where my roommate stole my phone. And then
I mean, just being in imagination
no.
will cause you to debate killing everyone there.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like my time at Imagination was
How
pretty
much
sucky
good could I do for mankind with a few murders?
because like my camp counselor stole my super rare magic card, and then in the process of using the excuse of looking for my super rare magic card that I just got out of the pack recently, he then used that excuse to enter my room and steal my laptop.
Okay, I haven't had an issue like that. What fucking...
And then my other roommate from the year before that stole my phone because he was younger than me and he thought he was a hot shit and he was like, haha, no one will ever believe you. So I punched him right in the nose as I left for the year and I broke it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a
no.
way to go.
That's how someone loses knee privileges.
Well, I mean, see, it's really funny because I was like fucking 11, 12, right? No, 12 years old. That was like, well, that was 2006. No, so I wasn't 12. I was 14. Yeah, I was 14. I was 14 at the time when my laptop got stolen. And I mean, I've told this story before, but it's still fucking hilarious. Is that so? The camp dean. I don't know what the fuck you call the guy running the camp.
Director? I think director's
Director,
the
yeah,
term that I've
director.
heard most of the
Yeah,
time.
Yeah.
correct.
The camp director let me make an announcement to everyone, where I got to stand up and be like, hey, this is my laptop. It's missing now. And also, like, there's like 5 other laptops that also went missing. It turned out it was this one specific guy, but
Did you get it
Wait.
back?
oh no, he dismantled the fucking thing and scrapped it for parts. So we could never
Oh.
prove it was him because he tossed out the case and stuff like that.
What a shitbag.
Hey, but if he had 5 laptops worth of spare fucking parts,
He had like 20 computers worth of parts in his room.
I work on computers, bro. It's not yours, bro.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally that. But after I made the announcement, I was going to the stairwell to walk upstairs, and the door hadn't closed completely yet, and two of the other camp students start talking to each other like, hey, you know, if we find the laptop, do we like tell the director first, or do we tell Sneaky? And the other guy's like, dude, you have to tell the director. Sneaky's just gonna fucking kill them.
I mean, that's because you're an interesting individual.
I mean, look,
That's
he
a
wasn't
word.
wrong. He wasn't wrong.
That is a word that could be used.
Look, I believe in completely appropriate retaliatory measures. After all, someone can't steal from you twice if you kill them.
I came into that quote, and it was the greatest thing.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, so I was just like, damn. Oh, I mean, to be fair, Asmongold also agreed with me because he said, man, this video is taking place in California, because you know what would happen if this video took place in Texas? It would be 15 seconds long,
Yes.
because it would end in gunshots.
Yes.
Oh, you're trying to illegally occupy my house! Bang!
We call that trespassing down here, and the police would absolutely remove her. It wouldn't even need to end in gunshots.
Well, I mean, yeah,
That's
but
if you got police involved.
that's if you feel like getting the police involved.
Because legally, you can remove them. They are breaking castle doctrine at that point,
Yeah,
and
fun stuff.
that's on
Fun
them.
stuff, yeah. Anyway, so
You
Harry
get a
Potter
risk.
stories, because Max is in here and Max doesn't give a shit about Harry Potter, so I feel like this is a great opportunity to do Harry Potter stories as I continuously take shots. What could go wrong? Good
I agree.
morning,
Everything.
You
regretfully
could
yours.
get so drunk that you fail to properly aim the shot and just kind of splash it on your face. I've seen that.
I question
I
where
don't
you've
think
seen
I've
that,
ever
but
done
then
that.
No, he's not saying you've done that. He's saying other people.
No,
have.
what I'm saying is I don't think I've ever done that. I mean, Atin's been there when I have been. Beyond fucking.
Oh yeah, no, I
Atin's
don't
been
think
there
you've done that.
when I pulled out the second 2-liter bottle of vodka.
Honestly, that was actually that at that point it went from disturbing and concerning to funny but concerning.
And my chair broke. That was the dumbest fucking part of that stream, is that it wasn't even me falling out of my chair. My chair broke, and the entire chair with me in it fell to the ground. Like, that's what
Ooh.
pisses me off the most about that, is I wasn't even drunk enough to fall out of my chair. The chair fucking snapped.
I mean, that was just endlessly entertaining.
The timing on it was just so god tier, though. I'm not going anywhere. Snap. Thud.
It went down.
I have fallen and I can't get up. The chair fell before Sneaky did. Yes, indeed. Good morning, regretfully yours. By female author. Waking up in Draco Malfoy's bed was not part of Ginny's plans. Nor dealing with the pregnancy scare from their drunk night of sex. But as they confront their worries, Ginny thinks to herself, maybe Draco is a good guy and I can fix him.
Oh, no! You said
boy,
the
here we go.
words!
Man, female authors. Authors are something else.
Yeah.
Astronomy. At Hogwarts, anyone with a shred of self-respect observed a simple rule: never be involved with a black brother. But with the Marauders and her sister gone to war, Celine Meadows found herself dreading her insignificant 7th year. No wonder, then, that the unattainable Regulus Black became a most desirable of distractions.
Oh.
Why?
Yeah, I knew what they meant. I was just like, author.
Yes.
Why?
Why do you sound so excited, Sign?
Because this
signs are
recites
weird.
the sign. Yes. You see, it's only in the depths of female delusion Sign ever find a woman to touch him.
Damn, okay.
Wow. That hurts right here. Damn, Sneaky.
Oh, don't worry.
But it's
It'll bounce
true.
off your blubber.
Jesus fucking Christ.
God damn!
Sneaky's not pulling any punches today, I guess.
Sneaky, what prompted the AC-130 flyby of this man?
I thought we were shitting on fanfiction, not attending Sign's execution.
I mean, it's like the
Because
same
it's
thing,
Sign.
right?
He decided to do both.
I can multitask.
There's enough room on this stand for multiple executions.
Yeah, exactly. Harry Potter and the Sphinx Club. Dropped off early at King's Cross, Harry meets Hermione first. What the fuck?
Okay.
I don't see how that alters much.
This small change triggers an unholy amalgamation of events that leads to Harry being a genius with many more friends and a harem.
Yep, I figured. It's one of those Ron was holding him back all along stories.
Ravenclaw Harry, Ravenclaw Hermione, Harry time a few girlfriends, Harry times Hermione, Padma, Susan, Daphne, Luna, and Fleur. Yeah.
Wow, that's actually a short list.
For
I
Harry
know,
Potter,
right?
unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of like, it's a short list for the Harry Potter section.
Well, by percentage, it's actually kind of long considering Harry Potter ain't got that many women.
Oh, see, that's where you're wrong. I will refer to Harry Potter and the King of Lists.
No.
Do not cite the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I've blocked that from my memory. Don't bring it up.
Hey,
So-
you know what that sounds like to me, Sneaky? It's
What's
time
that?
for a dramatic reading!
No.
No.
No, that's too much pain.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
We can bully Sign. Don't bully everybody else.
Angels of the Black Knight. After winning the war, Harry Potter is determined to change the world, finally using his fame for something he wants. Pussy.
Fair.
Harry is confronted with 2 hurdles.
To be fair, like half the problems in Harry Potter
All
are
of his marriage contracts of all of the pussy he's gotta implant.
Okay,
This
so
is a story of
Discord
love,
started
politics.
peeking you
Yeah,
super hard.
yeah.
So all I got was pussy, marriage, contract.
Yes, I mean
I could
That's all you
understand what
need
he
to
was saying,
understand.
but Discord
yeah,
was just
that-
peeking
you
him
more or less
so hard.
summarizes it, yeah. But yeah, basically, so Harry Potter has to fight for his life through all of these marriage contracts forced upon him that he can't get out of, and he'll just have to accept all of this pussy.
Is this like
Oh no.
reverse Scott Pilgrim?
Yes. Bashing of characters. Conflict speckled here and there. Children have sex with Harry Potter. And she's like 14. That's like legal, right, Sign?
Depending on where you are.
Yeah, France.
I
Oh,
think that's legal in France. Let me check.
please do not actually check that.
I'm honestly shocked you didn't know that off the top of your head.
France
Listen,
isn't
he
on
he
my
knows that
list.
Louisiana lets him get away with a lot. He doesn't need to go to France.
No.
Japan changed to 16. I'm sure that the Arrow mangas are in shambles.
Well, no. They raised the a specific limit. You can still do it, but let me rephrase. 14-year-old and 14-year-old is fine, but if you're older
Yes.
and going for a 14-year-old, that's not fine.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like
Well, it's like the Romeo and Juliet laws.
Yes.
basically if you're both underage, it's allowed. If you're both not underage, it's not allowed.
Yes.
Originally, my Crimson Mark group was a gathering of friends who enjoyed writing fanfics. It started with the Espresso Hogwarto website of 2003, where we created a Harry Potter RPG fanfic set in the Harry Potter universe. In the midst of it all, Silver Ghost joined our gang. Apart from Espresso, we ended up creating our Japanese corner, Maho Gakko Amaterasu.
I hate you.
So something with the sun then.
In addition to
Magical
manga-inspired
School Amaterasu.
In addition to manga-inspired fanfics, we wrote about our favorite anime, mangas, books, comics, and other things. And then we created the Clamp files.
Oh god.
Yeah, what about Clamp? We know they've done some things.
Unfortunately, clamping exists.
An encyclopedia of information
unfortunate.
about Clamp's entire body of work. We also had a candy doll website called Madame Malkin's Candy Maker. The
The
group
fuck it.
disbanded, but the friendships endured. The place was deserted, but during the pandemic, I ended up writing a fanfic to distract myself. I named it Family Sins. I don't like that title.
No.
I don't like that title.
Nor do most people, I imagine.
It has implications.
Family Sins between the pen and the rose. I don't like that. During the
No.
period in which the fearsome Grindelwald threatens Europe, Phineas Black, expelled by his traditional family for supporting the Muggle emancipation, meets Rosette Blishwick, that's not a last name.
Oh.
A young woman whose life always been filled with challenge and obstacle. The two fall in love. However, love is threatened by dark times, such as Phineas's brother, Cyrus Black II. Wait.
Ooh, there are things I want to say but can't.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna. Family Sins II. Mirror has two sides. After death of their parent, Margarethith and Betelgeuse Black were taking care of their uncle Cyrus Black II and his wife.
Really,
Hesper.
Sneaky?
What?
Beetlejuice? You can't say
Betelgeuse.
Beetlejuice.
Betelgeuse.
Mm. I hate you.
Look, if they want me to pronounce their names right, they should win a world war.
It's Latin, you dumb shit.
Yeah, they should win a world war.
They did
Several
win
world
multiple.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
Latin,
did.
Latin. I don't see any Latin in World War One or Two.
That's because we're all speaking derivatives of their language, dumb shit. You
And
are
if
they had
speaking a
won,
Romance
then we'd
language.
still be speaking Latin.
Exactly. Thank you, Gray. If they had won, they would still be speaking it.
No,
So
they
there,
did
I win. They lost. That's
They
why we're not
won.
speaking Latin anymore.
But the derivatives have come over time as natural lingual drift.
Because there wasn't a Latin Empire anymore, because they lost.
No, because they threw open the doors. And the
Wow.
That is not no.
Rome.
That's banned on
there is-
Twitch.
No.
Yeah,
There is
Here's the thing.
different reasons why Rome fell.
Here's the thing. They didn't win a military victory. They won a cultural victory because they won the
Yes.
cultural victory against Rome, who then won the military victory.
Yes. Rome's influence has gone so far that we still
Wait,
dictate the
Atin,
size
where
of
do you think
spaceships
Latin
is
comes from?
dictated.
I'm aware that Latin comes from the weird people in Italy, Sneaky. But
Which is
their upper
Rome.
crust all spoke Greek.
Okay, their upper crust all spoke Greek because they fetishized the Greeks.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
The Greeks won.
the Greeks did win.
Right, yeah, but
Greeks
everyone's
won.
not speaking Greek. Or anything derived from Greek.
Their mythology and cultural values, to a degree, got assimilated. That's not
Yeah.
really winning. That's
That's
net
merging.
zero.
That's like saying beaten, eaten by the Borg is
The
winning.
entire
I have won
Roman
against the Borg
upper
because they have
class.
adopted my culture.
The entire Roman upper class was speaking Greek, was taught by Greeks, sucked Greek philosophy dick.
Yes.
Their entire pantheon was sucking the Greek god's dick.
Yes. But we are speaking derivatives of Latin, not Greek. God, thank you, Romans, for banishing the Greeks to a small corner. Thank you, God, for not making us write and learn Greek.
A skill issue.
Yes.
Latin is not much better.
Oh no, it's
They-
not much better, and then they lost, and now we don't have to learn Latin anymore. English.
Actually, you still have to learn Latin.
Well, depends
Not
on where
really.
you were.
If you're gonna be a doctor, then I mean, get pissed on. But
That's a very specific turn of phrase.
well, I mean,
There
if
are
you
only-
are gonna be a doctor, you're probably gonna get pissed on at least once.
That's true.
True.
I mean, okay, you're not wrong.
Thank you for containing the Balkans. Yes, thank you, Rome, for containing the Balkans.
They only
Got it.
contained about a third of it, but they still contained it.
Youthful Innocence by female author. Theodore Knott was supposed to be perfect, the perfect Slytherin, the perfect pureblood. Goodness knows how he became friends with female author self-insert, who was not.
Drugs? I'm gonna guess
because
drugs.
she wrote it as such.
Possibly drugs. Tom Riddle has a Freaky Friday where he swaps bodies with a woman.
This does not change anything about Tom Riddle.
He's still an
No.
asshole.
When
There's
a
just now more
dark
people are gonna
spell
thirst him
goes
out.
wrong, 16-year-old Tom Riddle wakes up trapped in Ginny Weasley's body.
Oh,
He
that's a
also
fate worse
finds-
than bro. Self-delete.
He also
Mhm.
finds Hogwarts in the middle of a Triwizard tournament and a different Lord Voldemort already on the rise. Using only his wits, he must find how to romance Harry and contend with the two most powerful wizards of all time, himself and Albus Dumbledore.
Wait. This sounds like the back end of another story where that was in the background.
You know what? You're right. Stealing Witches,
So,
I think.
maybe DPSW, but also there was one that came out way before that. It was something where Sirius got yeeted through the veil, right? And then the entire plot ended as normal, and then Harry just walks into the veil and says, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go find my uncle."
Oh,
And
no,
they
I know
spend
the
the
one
rest
you're
of the story
talking about.
bonding.
Yeah, no, I know the one you're talking about. And the
It's a
both of
great
them go
story.
back in time. And I think the chapter I left off on was the reveal that Sirius had been Imperious.
I don't remember that. It's been so long since I've read it.
Well, I mean, because it stopped updating.
Did it? I
Many
thought it
such
finished.
cases with the good fan fictions.
Oh,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty
if
sure that finished. That came to an end.
finished,
That had an
it,
end.
then it wasn't. Then it wasn't whiskey time travel.
No, it was not Whiskey Time Travel, which was also really great.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I know the story you're talking about, though. I don't remember the name of it.
It was surprisingly short too. Like I want to say under 100K.
Yeah, you're right. It was like 80K. It was like Harry,
Shit, I
like,
can't
speed
remember the
ran it.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really was just every chapter was some Sirius and Harry bonding and having fun and just being bros kind of thing.
Yeah. Triangulate! Tell me, Guinea, Hermione said with tears in her eyes. What is a girl supposed to do when her best friend is dating the love of her life? A Harry Potter times Guinea times Hermione Granger story that inevitably results in Guinea getting cut out.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh,
Damn.
when someone's dating your best friend, well, that's simple. You join as a 3P and then you steal that person. Apparently,
You know,
that is the female strategy.
I guess Guinea failed the skill check at some point.
She didn't have the Riz to hold it together.
Yeah.
Never say that again.
No. So, of all of the TikTok shit, I will say I like Riz. Because Riz is from charisma. I like it. It's derivative. It's shorthand. It still impacts the same way. Yeah, exactly. It still
I would say I'm not a huge fan of it, but I get it, right?
Yeah,
like,
right.
And I'll be honest, like, Rizzler specifically is hilariously funny. Don't like everything that comes with it, with that whole meme song, but the word itself is great.
Yeah,
you don't like sticking the get up, the get out?
No. So, like, here's the thing, right? Like, even, like, I have less tolerance for Rizzler, but it's still funny because it's basically just referring to, like, the Chad who's going around trying to talk up girls.
Yes.
So, like, that's still tolerable. But, like, I hate the word gyat because it's a derivative of multiple words of goddamn that ass, which is derivative of women shaking their ass on Tumblr and TikTok and whatever other websites, and it's specifically shorthanded specifically due to African American vernacular English. I'm gonna use
it's
the polite
AAVE. It's yeah, damn.
Yeah, so I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Do you like it with green eggs and ham?
I do not like it with green eggs and ham.
He does not like it, Sam. I am.
Be gone, Sam. I am. I don't need your green eggs and ham.
I require just sleep.
But yeah. So I don't like that because it's not like it's not a shorthand derivative. It's just like sexual commentary, and again, I just don't. I shouldn't have left last time. It was a mess. Yeah, dude, I watched that shit too afterwards. That was fucking hilarious. Like, holy shit. People were memeing, and then Trump took a pistol out and shot Kamala, and I was like, there's no way that happened. And I was like, damn.
Verbally, he did.
Fuck. They weren't
He
far
got her
off.
with her own thing.
Like, holy shit, they let him have the last word so many times. I was like, holy shit, they're really letting him get away with this?
What
Damn!
happened?
They tried not to.
Trump versus Kamala debate, hosted by CNBC, I think.
Yeah, and it
And
was basically a 3-on-1 debate.
It was
quote, unquote.
Trump versus Kamala and the two presenters, and it was in an enclosed environment, so you didn't have the audience there. And they were
fact
muting them.
checked
No,
Trump
hang
every
on a
time,
minute.
but
I
never did
completely
her.
dispute
Yeah.
that.
No. Yeah. Hold on a
The
minute.
3-on-1 thing, man. Like,
Okay, so yeah, no, the 3-on-1 is a bit of an exaggeration, but there was
no, it's a significant exaggeration. Like,
no. There was a part where it was Trump arguing with the presenters for Kamala's.
but that's Trump being Trump. Him arguing with the presenter. Like, if
That's just him
Trump
being
chooses,
unnaturally.
if Trump chooses to go after the people who were just reading the questions,
But they weren't just
that
reading
is
the
that is
questions,
Trump going and
but they-
swinging hands and making it a 3-on-1.
Yeah, but
like,
they
weren't
weren't.
just
They
doing
were
that.
they were trying to correct him. They're like, President, you know that's misinformation and blah 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 blah. And I was like, okay,
The
it's like,
cat eating thing specifically.
but he kept
is
saying
where
things that
happened.
were fault. Like,
No.
but it's not their job.
but it is. It was
No.
specifically agreed to in those rules that those moderators sitting there would provide fact checking during the debate. That was what he agreed to.
Okay,
That
well,
was a
then why
rule
didn't
that
they,
he agreed.
Well, then why didn't they fact check Kamala when she was spouting absolute dog shit completely half the time?
Because they
When
didn't
she
you hear
spouted
they dropped
actual
the terms?
falsehoods, not wishful
No,
thinking.
they didn't.
No, they
didn't
never
fact
did.
check her at all. Like she said multiple times throughout the debate, dude, that Trump was part of Project 2025, when Trump has literally never seen Project 2025. Specifically, went out of his way to say, "I'm not looking at Project 2025 because I don't want to be associated with Project 2025 because I don't know the people behind Project 2025. So I don't want to touch Project 2025 because I don't want to be in the realm of Project 2025. I'm going to have my policies and do my things, and if they overlap, that's whatever." Like, that's Trump's position, and Kamala Harris kept saying, well, Trump's Project 2025, which is blatantly incorrect information, which was never fact-checked.
Alright, no, see, what you don't understand is that there was a recent leak where the actual the hidden terms of this debate dropped. Not the stuff they told Trump, but the stuff they told Kamala specifically.
Okay,
and part of that was,
leak.
we will give you the questions and we're not ever going to fact check you.
Okay,
That
yeah,
sounds
like-
yeah,
Nah.
it's like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's too
sorry,
much.
but yeah.
That's conspiracy.
Wow, that's
Bro.
hilariously convenient. Like, okay, like, even if it's just like, I would believe it more if it's implicit, right? Like, hey, we're on the same political side. We want you to win because we don't want Trump to win. We're going to not check you.
I would just say,
I
I
would
would
believe
believe
that.
that one in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but like them sending like an email to Kamala Harris, being like, "Don't worry, Kamala, we got your back. We're not gonna fact check you on anything you say." Like, come on, man. Like, no.
Alright, I'm just saying, there's a signed affidavit out with that.
I am
Okay,
Shut
okay,
up.
man. People
because
signed
people
affidavits
don't
that they.
lie.
Yeah, I realize.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
no,
brother,
I have
people
a-
signed affidavits that they
No,
had
no.
smoking guns that the election was stolen. We had 60 lawsuits, and
Dude,
yeah.
I
Okay,
can
now
tell you,
again, to be
just
fair,
from
again
working
with the
in
60
somewhere
lawsuits,
that's not even a fucking like politics type like industry, there are so many fucking forged affidavits. Holy shit!
there's so many forced affidavits. But again, the 60 lawsuits thing, Trump did bring up a good point. A lot of those lawsuits were dismissed because the judges said they had no standing. They said they had no standing because they didn't bring it up before the election happened. But when they tried to bring it up before the election happened, the judges said they had no standing because they didn't have the election occur yet, so they couldn't say that the election was fraudulent, and they have to bring it up afterwards. So it was a complete shit show on both sides, a lot of political shit from judges. So it's again, it's one of those cases where I can't take any of that seriously because the well has been poisoned. It's like the 36 lawsuits against Trump is that actually they are felonies, except the felony is other crime, and they don't outline what the other crime is at any point in time during the lawsuit or the trial. So
But we found him guilty of something, so
we
he
found him
gets to go to
guilty of
prison.
36 other crimes, but we don't know what they are. It's like, okay, so you don't know what the crimes you found him guilty are. Okay, fine.
That's literally a violation of the Constitution. The Fourth
Well,
Amendment, or
keeping
something
someone
like
in solitary confinement for 4 years is a violation of the Constitution when we fucking did that
yes,
for
and
200
yet.
people. So, I mean, at this point, who the fuck matter? Like, we've violated the Constitution for the Second Amendment for the past about 100 years. So, does the Constitution really mean shit anymore?
The answer to that is
Apparently
no,
not.
not really. And my God, like if there's anything that there's like two things we absolutely have to fix in the political system before anything's going to happen. And the first of that is to make it so that individual votes can matter.
Also, we need to maybe deal with the bipartisan bullshit.
And term limits.
Term limits, yes.
Well, okay. Well, that's expecting term limits to actually happen. And
Well, no,
the only way that's
problem
happening...
with term limits is, well, the problem with term limits is that because you have apparatuses that are outside of the elected officials, like you have the DNC, and the RNC is just as guilty of this, is you have these people who are unelected who tell the people who are applying for RNC or DNC support that, oh, they have to have these policies to align to the party. Well, you're effectively just changing out the face. You're not changing out the actions, which is what the point of a term limit is. Personally, I think that anyone that has their net worth increase during the duration of their net worth increase or their immediate family's net worth increase for the years they're serving or an equal amount of time after the years they're serving. If their net worth increases in any noticeable fashion that can't be explained by them doing a normal job, they should all be executed for fraud.
I mean, I don't think they would...
I am down for that.
I don't think they'd get executed, but I'm fine with them getting some jail time.
Well, it's like when you find out that senators on insert committee, senators on the waste management committee, you can pick a committee name and then you find out, oh, they happen to buy X stock or Y stock and then announce that Z regulation was going into effect, or we found evidence of Y misdoing,
or we're putting a new regulation
these are all suspicious
in
things
that will crush small businesses because it's some sort of economically prohibitive regulation that big businesses can
and afford. Someone was gifted a yacht, but don't worry about that. They pay the taxes on it. It's fine.
Yeah, or no, nothing untoward happened. But I decided this court case, and then I went on a 2-month yacht trip.
Chat's based, bringing up the Patriot Act 100%. Bring out lobbies, banning dual citizenship. Absolutely based. Thank you, LeMay. 100%. Dual citizenship. If you are in any sort of political capacity, you shouldn't be allowed to have dual citizenship.
Oh God, no.
That is so fucking questionable.
I don't just mean elected positions.
See how we get away with it.
I mean any position of political attachment. I mean, I don't care if you're the fucking mail carrier. If you got that position because it's a government position and it was a mayor appointed, you better not have dual citizenship. I don't care.
Yeah.
Nothing.
That should be illegal?
Yeah. The DNC, none of you are allowed to have dual citizenship. If you're a political party, if you're a registered political party, none of you are allowed to have dual citizenship.
Yeah. I'm completely on board with that.
Yeah.
But you know what they're going to say.
I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what my response is? We have plenty of time to bring the gallows back.
I happen to want the United States government to be run by people whose primary concern is the United States.
Yes.
Also, side, I just want to make sure that you're aware of The people who aren't currently watching the Discord or the stream are gonna be very confused when they look at the Discord, and that's the shit they see.
Are we making fun of Sign again?
Yeah, Sign's a pedophile.
Of course.
He's not.
Hey,
He's not.
Say that about
he's not.
predatory. Nah, yeah.
He's a sinophile.
He's the upgrade.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Upgrade?
It's an upgrade. Well, no, to be fair, sinophile is an upgrade to pedophile. You are raising the bar. It is
off.
leaving the clock. At least I'm pretty sure it's leaving the clock. Now, to be fair to Sign, he did just drop another Star Wars Tanya and 2 more chapters of TOH. Which, by the way, Sign, I want to talk to you about afterwards, because we gotta organize where we're going from here on that one, because it's been a couple chapters since then.
okay.
Yeah. But anyway, he's moving from preschool to high school. he got tired of holding after school lessons.
Oh, God damn it.
Now he's running the after school clubs.
Yeah, he's just running the clubs now.
God damn it.
Sign, I'm sorry, but sometimes genius arrives unbidden.
I'm
me.
so
Yeah.
glad we were
I'll
going
give
in
you
the
that one.
same direction, Atin.
He's a good bird, I'll give you that.
Oh
Amazing.
God. Anyway,
I
so
don't like it, but damn, it was good.
holy crap.
Sometimes, listen, I recognize that there's a lot of my jokes that miss, but sometimes my brain is like, nah, here you go. Here's the golden ticket, Charlie.
You had it dialed in, that hit.
Listen, I'm like Garrus Vicarian. All the calibrating finally paid off.
Yes.
Do you also swim like Garrus Vicarian?
That
Oof.
depends on whether or not I'm swimming in pussy.
Only people that played Mass Effect understand that.
God damn it.
I'm pretty sure most people in this chat have played Mass Effect.
Nope.
I said most,
said
Ray. Most.
There's always one loser. I mean,
My
except-
last comment was so spicy, I got banned from YouTube. Firing most of the federal government and decentralizing power to the states. Yeah, no, and 100%, I was with Trump on that. That was, like, possibly the best part of the debate for him in terms of actual policy shit that he actually talked about. Like, he totally got
The
baited.
small amount that he talked about.
Yeah, like, bro got totally baited off topic. Like, he was like,
That's why I was gonna say I don't think that he won the debate. I also don't think Kamala won the debate. I don't know who fucking won the debate.
Listen,
Wasn't
I
either
know.
of them.
Neither
Here's-
party.
yeah,
The
here's,
main
here's,
one.
here's the summation.
Because they
This
got
is
fucking
the best-
sidetracked by other bullshit. The
Here's
yeah,
the
entire
summation.
they got
fucking time.
they got
America
so
lost.
sidetracked.
America lost because the best we can do is a guy who got baited by someone
Who's a fucking
whose
retard. Yeah.
biggest like successful hoodwink to date was no Biden's totally fine, which I want to be clear, I'm using the term successful hoodwink there facetiously, right?
Are you being racist, Atin? Or is that because she's black?
No, it's because she's Indian.
No, it's because I'm pretty sure a dead man could have seen that Biden was not doing okay.
Yeah, I
It was weekend at Bernie's. For a while
But
there.
but like that was the one of the few things, the policy shit that he actually talked about that I was 100% behind on, where he was just like, yeah, Look, yeah, I got Roe v. Wade canceled because I gave it back to the states. The states should be deciding this. You should be able to live in the state that decides the thing that you want to decide, and you should live in the places that give you the rules that you want to live by. I don't think the federal government should be in charge of this. This really feels like a more local issue. I don't want to be in charge of this. I was like, thank you, Trump. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, one thing I want to say, because something was previously because we all know the economy is absolutely horrendous right now. There are
Oh,
people that
obviously, yeah.
literally can't afford to move or go elsewhere. When you enact a policy change that big,
Right.
if your statement is people should live where they want the rules, then you've got to be willing to give them some help to get out.
Yeah,
Like-
that's
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at the same time, it's
No,
like,
no. We're in
No,
the
but-
middle of an massive economic
I
crisis.
understand that, but it's like at the same time, it should have never been a federal issue in the first place.
Sure, you can talk about whether or not someone agrees with that, but the fact is, there's lots of people who think that it should never have been made into a state issue. But the fact is, it was, and now it isn't. So if your entire argument is people should go where they have freedom, then since you've now, and I'm trying to think of how to say it. Let's say tentatively removed a freedom that was
But
previously.
it wasn't really a freedom, because like the thing here is, right, like with the whole abortion debate issue is, I just find it really, again, this is one of my whole little hang-up things about sex. Just don't have it
Yes.
in the precise way. Like, I'm not saying don't have sex at all. I'm saying don't have it in the precise way at the precise time that results in offspring occurring. Like, there is a specific point that you are easily able to track. There's like, I can go to the app store. There's like literally hundreds of apps to find out your menstrual cycle. Like, literally, all you have to do is, I mean, A, wear a condom, but B, take a morning after pill. That's still not illegal. Like, regardless of Roe v. Wade's decisions, morning after pills are still not illegal in any state.
Yeah, but okay.
And they're
assuming
also
To be
not
clear, there were
expensive.
people attempting to pass legislation to make
Oh,
it
no,
illegal.
there absolutely were. I'm not disputing that. But as they are right now, it's still not illegal.
Yeah.
Listen, the
But-
only people that won that debate were the memers.
Yeah, 100. That's
Yes.
actually what I was gonna say. Is that Trump only technically won the debate because more of the things that he said are going to be turned into sound bites that are going to be shared around, and because people are so fucking stupid, as we've seen here. As I show on this podcast every single fucking week, twice a week, as I show all the time. People are fucking stupid. They are going to take the most. If anything is ever going to happen, it's going to be the most low intelligence result possible.
99%
Just by the
of the
sheer
world.
fact that Trump had more memes made about him is going to get him more votes.
Yeah. Like,
I
That's
hate
just how
that
it
you're
very
right.
memeable.
but the problem is that that's going to be one of the things deciding major policy for the next 4
It's
years.
always been one of the major
I
things deciding
know
more
it's
policy.
always been that.
Like, this isn't anything new. Like, literally, back in the day, you used to have to write the candidate's name in. So if you never heard of the candidate running in the first place because they weren't able to get out to that area because travel times were prohibitive, you wouldn't have never been able to vote for that candidate in the first place. So what it ended up being is that a lot of areas would vote for their local candidate, and then a lot of the cities, which the person was able to get to a lot faster and easier than the random fuck rural area, they would vote for the actual candidates in the race because they actually were able to hear about the candidates because news about them would spread easier. And
Yeah.
so that's just how it's always been, is that they changed the laws around voting. The reason why we have pre-selected voting now is because Democrats pushed through a law like about 100 years ago at this point about putting the candidates' names on ballots for the people because they knew that their personal voter base was so fucking stupid that if they
Okay,
didn't do
no,
that,
hold on a minute. Hold up. I'm gonna put a
No,
fucking
he's
red
not
X
wrong.
over
Let him
that.
cook.
No, I'm not going to
No,
let him
no,
cook because he's wrong.
no.
No,
The
he's
reason
right.
right.
why-
That's literally why they did it.
No, I'm absolutely right. And if the Democrats didn't do it, the Republican Party would have eventually gotten around to doing it. But the Democrats did it first.
Bear in mind, this is the previous Democrat Party, which is now the current Republican Party.
Effectively. But point being is, I mean, any party would have eventually pushed for this. It's just just like how libertarian anarchism, where everyone fucks off to their own property to sell their own things that they got from their own property, will eventually result in some form of capitalistic cronyism, because the people they're related to, they'll hire specifically because they want to keep it in the family, because it benefits them more, because the people close to them are loyal to them, and eventually, like, all of these things eventually spill out to corrupted forms of whatever it originally was. So it was going to be inevitability that we were going to move from informed voting to uninformed voting. It just so happened that the Democratic Party got to it first, because they pandered to the lowest common denominator more first. Because again, you got to keep in mind that the Democratic Party didn't switch sides. The Democratic Party originated out of the Southern Democrat Party, who were the KKK. They pandered to a very low common denominator the entire time. It just so happened that the voter base voting for them switched sides because they were pandering to a low common denominator. Let's take that from what you will. But
Not quite, actually. In fact, you get that kind of backwards.
no, Republican Party was always anti-slavery.
What I'm saying is, what had happened was, yes, they were the Southern Democrats, not the Northern Democrats, were effectively an arm.
There was no Northern Democrats. The Southern Democrats that moved north became the Northern Democrats. There was no Democrat Party. Yes, but there was no Democrat Party before the Southern Democrats. It wasn't like there was a Northern Democrat Party and a Southern Democrat Party. The Southern Democrat Party moved north.
But when it moved north, it did eventually spread and change, and then they changed over time who they aimed their voter base at.
No, they literally didn't. They have literally had the same policies from day one. They just changed the wording. I'm sorry, but the same people that vote for the Democrats now are saying that blacks need to be segregated and that we need to have different spaces for blacks, except now it's worded as safe spaces for blacks.
Instead of plantations.
Well, no, instead of safe spaces for whites. Instead of having a white water fountain and a colored water fountain to protect the whites, it's having a colored water fountain to protect the coloreds from the whites. It's literally the same result, but just different wording.
Mm.
Nothing has changed.
If you go back to like right, like the early 90s, right? What the people were saying, right? Like things used to lean much farther left, comparatively speaking, in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s than things are leaning right now. Because like people were trying to make actual right? They were pushing for an equal and neutral society, not societies that are separated.
And then the race hustling started, and oh boy, things changed quick.
Well, but there was also mass appeals to the Christian right. Like that also pushed things in a different direction, because they then what is the Republican Party now began supporting a very specific set of policies and ideals based on a largely religious fundamentalist viewpoint. Like that dramatically shifted what they were doing.
But you've also got to consider that the people who grew up in the late 60s, early 70s, and 80s they grew up and they became voters, and those became the new, more activist-minded voters. And the Democrat Party slowly was taken over and has become, since
No,
then,
no, no,
No.
an
no,
arm of the
no.
Communist Party,
The
basically.
Democrat Party was never taken over. Democrat Party has always wanted the same thing they've always wanted, and it's always been controlled by the same people with the same opinions. The Democrat Party is a group of individuals who are malicious and corrupt, and they take in people like the communists because they are used idiots for their policies, because they know the communists can get people out in large numbers because, again, communists appeal to people that don't know dog shit.
Yes,
so
but
they
the problem
take in
is
the
they tried
communists.
to take in the communists, and now the communists are wearing them as a skin suit.
The communists are not wearing them as a skin suit. The Democrat policies are still the same shit as ever. They are only in it for themselves. The only difference between then and now is now the Democrats view the U.S. as a sinking ship, and all they want to do is make everything as corrupt as possible so they can hide their own transactions as they steal the silverware off of the sinking Titanic.
They're also finally saying the quiet part out loud.
Because it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Like,
it doesn't matter anymore.
It's not like the Republican Party isn't screeching the quiet part out loud either,
I
man.
will say, I will say that the Republican Party has drifted very far from its roots. Its original roots was anti-slavery, big business, anti-corruption, because the Republican Party did originate out of the idea of very Christian fundamentalism in that,
All men are
give
equal.
on to Caesar's what is Caesar's, all men are equal, etc., etc., and businesses have very much corrupted all of that to turn modern-day slaves in where they can only afford, and now this is to Atin's point as well, is a lot of people can't afford to move away from where they live because the rent rates have gone up and the food rates have gone up so fucking high that all of the money they're earning from the corporation that's barely paying them piss is going towards them just making it to the next day. And the Republican Party is supporting this. And, you see this everywhere nowadays, though, where all of the parties are just, this is the far left party that's going to make everything worse, and this is not the far left party that's not actually going to undo anything that the far left has done. They're just going to be like a stabilizing agent for the next 4 days until the far left party gets back into power again because people aren't happy current events that are going on, so they're going to elect the far left party because they're not the current party, and the current party is going to be like, oh my god, I can't believe we lost, all we're saying is nothing. And then the far left party gets elected and they make everything worse again, and all the people that voted for the far left party are going to look at the fucking gut wound they're currently having. They're going, oh my god, I can't believe the I'm going to stab you in the gut party stabbed me in the gut. How could I have seen this coming?
And then they go, we'll elect the party that's not going to change anything, who then doesn't change anything, and they go, wow, I still have a gut wound.
Yeah.
This guy says he'll fix my gut wound. Let's go for the guy who says he'll fix my gut wound.
And he chops my lung, and he chops my fucking leg off. Oh, my leg! And they're like, yeah, but your gut wound isn't that bad anymore, isn't it? It's like, yeah, but my leg's gone!
Listen, the whole thing, like, fundamentally, one of the biggest problems that the U.S. has is, as we've already said, term limits, but there has to be meaningful enforcement of term limits. But more importantly, the fact that your vote doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah.
Let's make up an example here.
Really, at the end of the day, really, that's what it is. It's just like, Trump is like this fucking bull, okay? He is not the slop the Republican Party wanted you to. He's fucking rogue. And the funniest part about it is that he's a Democrat from the 90s. His policies has not changed from the Democrats from the 90s. Everything has changed around him. Trump has stayed in the 90s. That's the funniest fucking part about it all.
He's certainly stayed in the 90s on some.
Yes, he's absolutely stayed in the 90s on every aspect.
Is that a good thing?
That's a good thing.
That's a different question. But the fact is, right, I, as a human being living in Illinois, my vote doesn't matter because the city of Chicago, and which contains a majority of the population, which
that's what it is for every state.
I want to be clear, right? It contains a majority of the population, which means a majority of the people in the state are selecting to vote in a certain way. So then all of the votes are going to go a certain way.
Yeah,
That is, theoretically speaking, democracy.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that because we've concentrated the population sector, and they're so removed from how everything actually works, because everyone here can say they've talked to at least one person who've said things like, doesn't food just come from ShopRite? Doesn't food just come from Aldi's?
God damn it, beat me to it.
Doesn't food just come from the supermarket next to me? And they don't understand.
Don't cars just show up in the lot?
Yeah,
Mine was, why do we need
I don't
farmers?
understand why Ford charges so much. They should just offer cars for free. They just show up in the lot. That's where cars come from.
And of course, you have to ask the question to the person: do you actively know where that shit comes from?
No, you don't. You don't ask the question of that person because they wouldn't say it if they knew. And that's the thing, right? It's just there is people. Everyone who is intelligent enough eventually comes across someone who is so unintelligent they don't realize logistics. They can't comprehend logistics at all. Any logistics. Period. They physically
to be fair,
are incapable of counting logistic. Now, to be fair, yes, to be fair,
the American logistic chain is a mess. It is a huge, convoluted mess.
No, sorry.
No, but to be fair,
everyone.
Yeah.
Well, all the modern logistics chains, yes.
But to be fair, most people, even with a simple logistics chain, can't understand. It would be one thing if someone wasn't able to comprehend that, apples came from Bolivia during the month of January because actually it was the summer there, and the apple that they were buying was in season during that period of time. That's one thing. But for them not to be able to comprehend that food doesn't just appear, it doesn't just manifest on the shelves in the food store.
No. All the food is in a back room that the stockers have to restock. That's how it just spawns in there.
It just manifests in the food store, and the stockers merely have to restock it. Just check in the back. Why aren't you checking in the back? Now keep in mind, I worked as a food stocker, and this is shit I had to deal
my
with
god, those people!
Oh, yeah, so did
Why aren't you checking in the back? Because we don't have it. But you haven't checked in the back yet. Yeah, but I know we don't have it. But you haven't checked yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so I walk into the back, and I walk back out. No, it's not there. What do you mean it's not there? It's not there.
You didn't look hard enough. You
didn't look hard enough. There's gotta be.
I didn't look hard enough. Yeah, and that's always what it is.
Oh my god, those people.
The worst is the ones that go, I bet I could find it.
People would come up to my fucking register, and they would be like, they'll be like, the table with hot dog buns is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? And they'd be like, are there more in the back? And I'd be standing there at the register.
What do you want me to say?
Cash register. How the fuck do I know?
Well, you work at the store. So aren't you part of the manifestation ritual where you pray to God and God manifests the hot dog buns in front of you?
Yeah.
You work at the store. Obviously, you know. Yeah, like I said, there is a horde of uninformed people out there, and unfortunately, cities concentrate them and we're out in the rural wilds. And don't get me wrong, there is plenty of people out in the rural wilds who don't understand shit. But because they live in the rural wilds, they're able to comprehend that the cow they just drove past and goes to the butcher they just drove past that ends up at the meat section they just drove past. Because
Impossible.
it's there. It's real to them because they can see it. That's the difference. Is that in the city you don't
Or they're
see
really
the
working
butcher.
in that chain.
Or they're working in the chain. But like that's the difference though. Is there in the city you have people that don't see the food growing. They don't see the animal. They don't see the supply chain. They don't see the butcher house. They don't see
Oh my god! Like,
So
all
there
of
was
the
a funny,
logistics.
really funny study done about that, where they took a bunch of city kids, brought them out to the country, made them do farm work for like a month, and then they got back to them about 15 years later when they, or 10 years later, something like that, when they were old enough to vote, and every
Yeah.
last one of them had gone completely conservative.
Oh well, yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like once you see, once you feel, once you understand, a large majority of even low IQ people go, "Oh, I get it." See,
the supply chain
it's
stuff is so ridiculous.
yeah,
Like when I try to explain to someone that my product is made in the USA, that means that we assembled it in the US. To be clear, my company does way
yeah.
more made in the USA than most companies. But like, they're like,
that's the law
your steel
definition.
doesn't come from the US. I'm like,
Yeah,
well, yeah, because nobody's does,
Mm-hmm.
except for very specific companies.
and honestly, it's like I understand the arguments against and for tariffs, and I'm kind of on side on the whole tariff thing of it's gonna fucking hurt. Like I still acknowledge the realities though. Trump doesn't acknowledge the realities because it's a PR thing, but I acknowledge the realities, but I still agree with it. It's gonna hurt if he puts a 900% tariff on steel. It's gonna fucking hurt. It is going to absolutely.
It's going to fuck
shit out of people.
like half the industry.
But
It's gonna hurt
No,
for the
half?
first year or
Half?
two until
No,
they move
it will
things
fuck
over.
someone.
the entire industry. But
Yeah,
I
There are
100%
people
agree.
who agree with that, right? If there are
Yeah.
people who will acknowledge, right? This is why I don't mind Sneaky, because Sneaky goes, no, it will fuck everything, right? There are people
It's
who
gonna
go,
fuck
no,
everything.
everything will get cheaper. I'm like, no, it won't.
No.
It will get so
No.
much worse.
It's gonna
But that's
fuck
the thing,
all
though, right? That's the thing, though. It's what I acknowledge is that when you let the child put their hand on the stove and burn themselves, they go, "Oh, if the stove gets hot," it's like, yeah, it does. Don't do it. We don't put our hand on it. The child remembers that, and that's what you have to do with all of the industry. That's why I agree with Trump's tariffs. It's gonna fucking hurt. And everyone is gonna hurt. And then everyone's gonna go, "Oh, this hurts!"
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
wait,
like, as
it's
long as people
cheaper
are.
if I make steel here. And then
And this is the other thing, right?
steel.
If you're gonna do that, here's the thing. That kind of like thing is something you need to implement like 2 years in, because
Oh, yeah,
you have to make an effort.
You need to do steps. You need to implement, bonuses to companies that are starting up for steel production. You need to lower taxes for companies that are doing steel production. Yeah, you need to do it in steps. Absolutely, 100%. I agree. I mean, generally, I just think taxes should go lower in general. But yes, government assistance to shift industry back, I agree with. I don't like it, but I understand it. I think it's good for our overall long-term economy because I like to think, because, I'm 30. I'm going to hopefully be alive for 50 more years. That is currently double my fucking lifetime. I don't think we should be relying on people who aren't us to provide things for us. Because I don't trust people who aren't us.
To interject, Sneaky, the thing is, and I somewhat get where Trump is coming from the it's not going to get worse thing. U.S. trade policy has been so unbalanced. That is, we have, in exchange for soft power and influence, tolerated tariffs, limits, and quotas. We also have our own really sometimes weird ones, especially in the agriculture sector and dairy.
Oh
But
yeah, the agriculture. Sorry.
Oh,
we,
well, that's because of a whole long other, like, literally could
yeah,
go into a 3-hour rant about dairy, but yeah.
Yeah, but
to just make my point real quick, U.S. trade policy probably will actually improve in that Trump can go in with this massive tariff, and then you might see France, Germany, and obviously China come in and say, okay, well, we'll cut down on
China.
cut down on some of our shenanigans if you'll cut down on the tariffs. And I imagine that might go very quickly. So those 900%
Yeah.
tariffs might actually end up being much more reasonable.
Yeah, no, 100%. U.S. is a major consumer. We have a massive population compared to pretty much every other country besides, like, Russia, China, and India. Like, our population completely dwarfs, I want to say, like, 95% of other countries in the world. And if we put a 900% tariff on everything, a lot of companies would just fold. Trump isn't wrong about that. A lot
But
of companies would just fold.
The problem with that
It's
is if you
going to
do
hurt
that,
so fucking much.
right? I don't care about the overall global economy, other than in as much as the U.S. is a participant in it, and things that affect it will affect the U.S. Right?
It's more
Applying
than
that
that.
level of pressure has a very real possibility
Oh,
of causing a
oh,
global
100%, yeah.
So
recession.
It
I
will absolutely cripple out. Yeah,
Like that's the thing,
I
right? Like even if other people then go, okay, we need to fix these right? The speed at which governments move means that there is going to be damage.
months.
How much damage
Months
there
of
is a whole other question, and nobody in this podcast can answer that because it relies on 7,000 different variables. But
Yeah.
I think it is and I understand it's for PR. I think it's disingenuous and dangerous to not acknowledge that it has a very, first of all, it will make things worse. And second of all, it has
Yeah.
a very real danger of doing permanent damage. Well, at least as far as our lifetimes are concerned, permanent damage.
Yeah, so sort of our lifetime. I personally,
So-
though, if you want to summarize all of this, is if it's done in stages, if, like, the whole Keystone pipeline, that was revived properly, if fracking was done properly, if generally refined, like, again, I'm 100% with Trump on this whole fucking regulation bullshit. From the 1950s to the 1980s, we went from 20 octane fuel to 82 octane. But anyone that doesn't understand what octane means, it means the efficiency of the fuel itself. That is a colossal fucking jump as far as solid fuel, liquid fuel are. And the only reason why it stopped was in the 1980s, the EPA was in. And since the 1980s, we've only increased, in the past 40 years, in the same time period, increased 10 octane. Since the EPA.
Fuck the EPA.
And frankly,
The EPA absolutely has something to do with it. But you also have to remember, technology does reach plateaus, right? Like
it does reach plateaus, but I mean, again, we're like half of us here are in the tech industry, right? We have all seen.
We aren't at that plateau.
No. We are at the plateau. We are at the we're at the plateau constantly. But in the tech industry, what's the fucking law in the tech industry about the peak of technology that we're eventually going to plateau in technology?
No, it's not the
Oh.
singularity. I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah,
It'll
yeah,
only
I
get
know what you're talking
smaller.
about. I know what you're talking about. I I don't know enough to
yeah,
accurately.
it's the whatever law.
It'll get
We have
smaller
been
and
at the
slower.
we've been at the quote unquote peak of technology since the 80s. Every single time we reach the peak of technology, businesses are economically encouraged to push the limits on technology and invent new shit and circumvent problems. Like, we went from tubes, vacuum tubes, shooting protons to fucking LCD because one company wanted to sell better screens. Like, the
Competition.
technological increase will constantly push forward no matter what the industry is, so long as there is a profit to be made there, a advantage to be
Right.
gained.
But
Like
you,
AMD
one thing you
versus
have to do look
Intel.
at is the amount that right. I agree.
Oh, sure.
Progress-
There is
Progress on it absolutely
obviously
right.
square cube law is absolutely in effect. There is going to be an inevitable point where we're not able to push the technology any harder.
No,
But
no,
here's the
I'm not
thing.
even talking about the square cube law. I'm not even talking about the point where we'll hit a point where, right, it stops, right? I'm talking about the more advanced you get on something, the slower your rate of jumps is going to become, right?
Yes,
Because-
but no. It's yes, but no for me because I mean I worked in an IBM plant. It's yes, but no for me because I actually was there for the process where the IBM plant went from producing 5 and 4 nanometer chips to 10 nanometer chips, and because the reason why this is because 7 nanometer chips, I think it was, I was told by IBM plant employees cost $150 million per employee. It was now obviously this technology lasted time in terms of the creation of it and in terms of the manufacturing of it. But obviously this is a massive amount of scaling issue. If every new plant you had to open with 2,000 employees cost $150 million per employee, you're looking at literal decades before you even make your profit back from the necessary charge. And so the reason why they moved back to 10 nanometer is because they actually were pressured economically to figure out a better way to use 10 nanometer, and they did because of the prohibitive costs surrounding 7 nanometer. While technically 7 nanometer was better, it was more economically feasible to fund research to make a better 10 nanometer that could reach the same levels of a 7 nanometer than it was to keep creating 7 nanometer in the amounts they needed to.
Yeah.
And so we're like, this is the thing is that people keep thinking we've reached the slowing. And it's like, look at AMD versus Intel, right? AMD versus Intel is a great example. Intel created hyper-threading to get one up over AMD. And hyper-threading let them use like this software, firmware, hardware level, absolute magic bullshit to double the amount of threads that a CPU technically had. And AMD was behind for so long, and they dumped so much fucking money into trying to catch up to the Intel that they figured out how to create a 128 core processor in the same size as a 4 core. Just from trying to catch up to Intel with their hyper-threading that allowed them to have 16 cores. AMD cracked not only hyper-threading, but how to create a 128 core processor.
It only took them so long.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It took them a fucking decade.
Yeah.
It took them a fucking decade. But the sheer level of jump from a 16-core processor to a 128-core processor is fucking ludicrous.
I mean, here's the thing. It helps a lot when you can go and buy those things and rip them apart, and right, this is an important thing that people don't understand. People in this podcast do, but like regular people don't understand like how reverse engineering something works, right?
Yeah, but the
I
problem
could
is
give
that
an infinite number of cavemen guns,
right,
and those
but
cavemen will never figure out how gun work.
yeah. Well,
But if you give,
yes, but
go ahead.
no,
Okay, yes,
cavemen
they
would
will eventually will.
Well,
But my
no,
point is,
it's more like cavemen would understand the principles behind how gun work, and would probably end up creating the crossbow. Because the chemical nature of gunpowder would be too hard to intrinsically understand.
well, no,
with
but right,
the
but
caveman level
even to
intelligence.
get to crossbow takes so much engine, right? Because you have to have metallurgy to get to crossbow.
Actually, you don't.
No,
Fun fact, you actually don't. Is
Yes.
because crossbows have become such an established technology base, is we've actually seen prisoners in prisons create crossbows out of gum and metal spoons and string.
No. I get the point Adam's making. A lot of the crap we have today is because of sci-fi from 50, 60, 100 years ago coming up with ideas that we could imagine. It introduced the
yes,
concepts.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
but
It's not so crazy that AMD did that because they know what a processor is, right? Don't get me wrong. The 128 core processor is like comparing a speak and spell to a fucking iPhone. I
Right.
completely understand that.
Yeah.
However, it's not quite the same as that because
Yeah, I get what your point is, and it's a lot like AMD's revolutionary RAM management, and where AMD couldn't come up with a better way to manage RAM, and so they invented a new way of managing more RAM at the same time. While it was still 8 gigabytes of RAM, it was actually, in terms of the back channeling, it was, instead of managing 256 megabytes of RAM at a time, it was managing 1 gigabyte of RAM at a time. And while that isn't like direct, clear improvements, it isn't like going from the bow to a gun. It is still progress of a massive degree. And yes, as someone said in the Discord chat, people don't code. I think it was signed. People don't code having the ability to have 108 cores, and I understand that. And it's the same way for guns. For a long time, I mean, we knew how to make black powder for like 300 some years before we started actually employing guns in combat. And the thing is that the information spread and the number of people involved in the information itself is going to be a multiplicative factor. It's basically like in Factorio, going from having the ability to have one science factory to having 50 science factories at the same time. It's, yes, you're only creating red science, but you're creating red science 50 times faster.
Yeah.
And while that only gets you so far, you get a lot of mileage out of it still. Eventually, we are going to reach the point. Again, I think consoles have massively degraded our ability, progress technologically speaking, in terms of, say, video games. Because again, it's like, Excel really isn't pushing the whole core thing. Excel runs on one core. It's always run on one. It's never needed more than one core. Word has never needed more than one core. The thing that needs more than one core is two things: porn and video games. And
the worst thing, you're not even exaggerating. It was Overwatch that created a literal revolution in 3D software just because
exactly.
the people were horny.
Well, to be clear, that's
Actually,
it's a little more
BioShock.
sequential than that. It's a
It was
little more
BioShock
sequential
Infinite.
than that, right?
Yeah, it was
No, I was
BioShock
gonna say
Infinite
BioShock
before that.
Infinite.
Right.
And
Here's
then
the thing.
it was
You
over.
have to go back to Valve, right? You have to go back to Valve, and you have to go back to Source Film Engine, right?
Oh well, no,
And
no,
from
no. Source Film is different. No, Source Film Maker.
a
Is
Source Film
different
Maker. Yeah, I know,
than
but right, you
the-
had the Source Film Engine that led to Source Film Maker, and because people were doing those things on PC, and then you got
Right.
things like Machinima, which eventually things that were Machinima were successful enough to have
Yeah.
3D animation, right? And then you got BioShock Infinite, which was the culmination of advances in graphics, what people wanted from their entertainment,
Right.
and all of that eventually gets you to the point where
Right. And that's really, at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be, is that 128 cores doesn't mean anything to actually have an application. But the sheer fact that there's the economical need to figure out how to fit more to the same space, that progressed existed.
Now people know that that's an idea that can be
Yeah.
conceived
It's
of.
possible now. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
and
it's go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot like how crossbows, the idea of crossbows exists. Now that, like, these prisoners, are you really gonna fucking sit there and tell me, like, of these literal thousands of plastic and gum based crossbows that exist, you're really gonna tell me that all of these people that made these crossbows autistically watched YouTube videos about crossbow construction? No, of course they fucking didn't. They saw it in a movie, they saw it in a fucking video game once, but now they knew that it was possible. They were able to recreate it using fucking orc level of technology. Because don't get me wrong, it wasn't that they confiscated these plastic spoon and gum-based crossbows because they might potentially be a weapon. No, they confiscated these crossbows because they worked.
Yeah.
I will say one other thing, just to circle back to the whole American influence thing real quick, is that was America's big advantage for so long, is we had this vast decentralized, not workforce, but center of innovation. And we've kind of started to lose that, though. Everything's
Yes.
more centralized.
Well, it's that's
centralization is inevitable because things have become more complex and because things have become more connected, right?
Well, it's also because every idea seeks its singular. Not all ideas can reach a singularity, but every idea seeks a singularity. Just because of the vision. I guess this is the best way. If we're gonna turn this back to fan fiction,
should we? I don't know.
I mean, you can. I mean, that's actually quite fascinating. As you turn it back to fan fiction.
Yeah.
Hell,
that
you tried to. Back in the day, you wanted to genuinely give something special to the fan fiction community, and because of the confluence of events, it didn't take off. You were pursuing the singularity of sorts of fan fiction.
Yeah. It's like every single fan fiction trope you can point to. And I don't just mean like the coffee shop at you. I mean like the specific fan fiction. I mean like, Naruto with having the rioters like harass him and rape him, or fuck else they end up coming, right? A lot of fan fiction turn to that. It is a fan fiction singularity in of its own right. And I mean, you can see this very, very, very well in the worm section. In the worm section, there's a lot of issues with fan fiction singularities because there's a lot of fan fictions out there read by a lot of people that never read Worm, who
Yeah,
think that whatever the fan fiction is writing is correct. And sometimes the fan fiction, as we've often seen, has done it better than the actual fiction. And the problem is that when that idea starts to take off, it starts to proliferate more and more in the fan fiction section, both because it's a better idea, and also because people who are too stupid to know that that's not canon think it's the original idea, go and promote it, and you end up with shit like in the fan fiction section where Taylor becomes this queen of escalation, for example. You know, Harry Potter, a fanfiction singularity in Harry Potter is the helpful goblins, where Harry Potter shows up and it's like, hey, I'm being defrauded. And the goblin bankers are like, oh man, that's terrible. Let us help you fix all of this fraud that we're benefiting from. And we're gonna strike back against the people who have defrauded you for free. Because we hate fraud here at the Goblin Bank.
Meanwhile, an actual
yes, the
goblin
most
in that universe
unbelievable
is
thing.
frothing at the mouth at the very mention of the word.
Well, meanwhile, when a goblin, by rolling standards, is going to happily exchange a coin they claim is solid gold for £5, there is clearly fraud occurring from one side, and let me tell you, from how Rowling described them, it's not on the goblin side. The coin you are receiving probably doesn't even have £5 worth of gold leafing it.
If Hagrid thinks you are particularly nasty, you're probably particularly nasty.
Yeah. So, you know, it's a scenario in where a lot of Worm fanfic. I mean, you know, you can attack Naruto for this. You can attack, you know, Harry Potter for this. Hell, you can even attack Tanya for this. Oh my god, you know. Yeah, well, we have a fucking Tanya author here who can tell you all about the fucking retarded Tanya fanon that the fandom has invented wholesale, completely off the rocker about Tanya fanfiction.
I try to avoid most other stories specifically because of that.
That's the correct
Yes.
decision.
But I mean, you've seen plenty of comments on your own stories of why isn't Tanya doing this or that? It's like because it's not fucking in character for Tanya.
Why is she acting this way? Why isn't she doing this? Because it's playing by the canon character.
Yeah, like I've seen so many comments on his stories where it's just like, why isn't Tanya needlessly escalating? Why isn't she the queen of escalation effectively? I mean, obviously they didn't say those exact words, but they said effectively those words, and it's just like because Tanya isn't the fucking escalation.
Because Canon Tanya is actually a very reasonable and logical individual. It's just that the misunderstanding field kind of, you know.
Well, it's not only that, it's that Tanya is a very reasonable, logical individual, but it's taken to a sort of theme where she knows eventually, as part of her campaign in the war, probably going to have to fire on civilians. She literally writes the war doctrine on what to do when you're firing on civilians before she ends up firing on civilians. Because she knows she is going to fire on civilians. And because she doesn't want to
redefine them as militants instead.
Right.
But the problem here is that also becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because everybody looks at it, right? Everybody goes, God, those civilians are annoying. We got to find a way to get rid of them. And then they go, hey, look, someone already wrote that paper. They're obviously a goddamn psychopath. They're willing to do it.
Right, exactly. It is that, but also at the same time, it's Tanya being a very rational individual and rational thing. I am going to be forced to do X action. I need to write about X action, why X action, why circumstances possibly justified, because I
need to
don't
justify
want
it
to
ahead
be
of time.
charged with said crimes after all of this is over, because what am I gonna do? I am a lieutenant in a fucking empire-wide army. I can't do shit. If I rejected my orders, they would just give someone else the orders and they would do it. So I, in my own self, ensuring way, I am going to set up a scenario in where I could not be feasibly held liable for my own actions, because I can't be held liable for my own actions, because I am not in a state to press those actions, but I'm also not in a state to justify those actions. I'm going to write a paper literally justifying my actions preemptively, because I know I'm eventually going to have to do this. And the fandom
The thing is, though, is
as
Tanya isn't doing that because she wants it. In the light novels, especially, she repeatedly stresses, "I don't want to get hung as a war criminal, and I know that's what happens in my timeline because Germany loses."
right.
And so she's not
Well, to
even
be
doing this.
fair, the Germany that she's thinking of is World War II Germany, and she brought a lot of World War II concepts into what was essentially World War One. Not a lot of people got hung after World War One.
Eh,
To be fair, though,
we can discuss that later, but
Yeah.
she is attempting to avoid execution for being a war criminal
yeah.
because she knows there is at the very least, a non-zero chance of that happening,
Yes.
Well,
and she
it's not only that, it's also a lot of technological jumps between if you look at the anime, manga, and light novel, a lot of technological jumps that only occurred the V2 rockets were occurred during one in the Tanyaverse, because the magical that existed that allowed them to prevent problems in the original one that prevented them from doing such technology. And so Tanya preemptively putting out a bunch of things technically would be war crimes only in World War I, as far as her world was concerned, was completely legitimate, because ultimately at the end she was able to see the future of the actions be required to take as far as the government goes, and because it is accurately able to predict the government in terms of like she thought that she would eventually have to fire on civilians. So during her college year, she put out a paper about firing on civilians and why it's legal, because she saw that she was going to have to do that, because inevitably Germany was actually making more progress in one than they did in actual World War One, because actually they had fucking mages. They had the ability of computation, or they skipped a whole bunch of technological steps because they had magic to breach the difference.
Yes.
and I also think that
Mm-hmm.
because
I'm lower
I
than
write
normal.
Worm.
Oh well, that's how it is.
Well, no, just to compare between Taylor and Tanya, is that Taylor in Worm Canon made a lot of really bad choices because she literally had no one to sit down and say, "Hey, this is a stupid idea. Here's why it's stupid. Don't do
No,
it."
she made bad choices because she was written by Wildbow.
Oh well,
That's also
yeah, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but I
Well,
mean, ultimately,
she's a 16-year-old child.
yeah,
Mm,
she was a 15-year-old child, but I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, the reason why a lot of Taylor's bad choices came because she was operating on a low information. She did the whole Izuku route where she had a lot of dreams, but never actually put the effort in the steps required to obtain those names.
Because
you
she
know,
was a severely mentally traumatized young
Oh
woman
well,
who.
no, I'm not discounting her traumas. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, he didn't think about the long ramifications of her actions.
Yeah, no, like that.
He
That's what
didn't
I'm saying.
yeah.
Is she
Yeah.
was not someone who had the mental capacity to make what we would call good decisions. She was
Right.
functionally mentally competent.
Yeah.
People have taken that as, oh, she's some bad bitch who will just go around and beat up anyone she doesn't like. When in reality,
And shoot babies.
and you know the worst thing is, like, that's supposed to be a huge deal in camp. That's a moment where she even kind of acknowledges she has to cross a line, because I think it's Gray Boy or Jack Slash that has the kid.
Jack.
Yeah,
Jack.
right. Yeah, Jack.
So yeah, it's literally, this will be a fate worse than death for a small child, or I literally shoot a baby in the face.
Mm.
And it is not something where she has other options.
Yeah.
She
But
she-
it doesn't really come across like that. It comes across really stupidly just because it's Wildbow writing it. Like, I know it's supposed to be something serious, but it really doesn't feel like it at all.
because
It
it's
feels like she
almost
just pulls.
comedic in the moment.
It just feels like she pulls out the 9mm and shoots and just starts blasting. And that's not because of it's not a serious like scene, but it's just because that's how Wildbow fucking writes.
No,
It's actually funny. Also, yeah, hi Linstar. It's great to have you here. Have a good time. Goodbye. Whatever. But it's actually really funny because Gray and I are doing I mean, I know I bring this up like every other podcast, but Gray and I are doing a Worm World of Warcraft crossover, and it's really funny because a lot of people are like, oh well, why isn't Taylor just like killing everyone? Why isn't Taylor like genociding the orcs? Why isn't Taylor like doing these fucking ridiculous? Why isn't Taylor 1v1ing the Lich King? And
Yeah.
it's like, I understand where you're coming from.
I will say that Ward was probably the worst possible thing that could have happened to Worm.
3000%.
The fandom liked certain ideas from it, and they also liked Kepri, but didn't actually read Kepri at all, because even fewer people finished Worm than started it. And so they're all like, Taylor fought Zion, and she's no.
No, Taylor did nothing against Zion, and she just basically fucking like went for time.
Yeah, it was a massively, we are losing multiple thousands of Earths were destroyed, uncountable trillions of people died, and she scored the most Pyrrhic of victories because the entity gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only time Zion was even slightly serious is when Adolwyn started fighting, and he was like, "Wait, that's sort of a threat."
Wow, that actually kind of hurt. Deleted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. That actually scratched me. That could be more than a scratch next time.
And the thing is that was still the only path to winning. And
Yes.
I think very reasonably so, because the entities were not supposed to be. Aldo is very bad about this. Ward makes this even worse. But the entities and the shards were not supposed to be even remotely or vaguely human. They were supposed to be completely alien, completely beyond.
Oh god, I hate Ward. I hate Ward. If only
Was it Ward where the final battle ended up with a whole bunch of Tinkers created a big gun and Bonesaw did some shamanistic weird dance?
Yes. I hate Ward if for the only reason is fucking shard shit they introduced was Fragile One. And then they turned it into like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Academy, where all the shards in like the Shadow Realm and then the heroes in real space. And that when one of the heroes triumphed over the other, like the fucking in the Shadow Realm, the shard was able to figure out a way of triumphing over the other shard. That was the dumbest fucking shit in existence. I want to be clear here, no matter how drunk I am, Ward was beyond fucking stupid. It was the worst plot development Worm as a whole could have ever received. Wild Bow could have gone out on the forums and said every single form of fan is canon, and it would have been a lesser impact on the total Worm canon than fucking Ward was, in terms of how fucking retarded everyone was after it.
And the worst
Your-
idea of all
The
is
fucking
that
Yu-Gi-Oh concept that you just did just made me think, oh, you're attacking me? I Ash Blossom your attack.
I activate my fucking trap card. I know I placed 4 of them during my turn, and that's not technically legal per Yu-Gi-Oh laws, but I did anyway. And actually, one of them was a monster card the whole time, but it was actually a trap card because it was a trap monster card that allowed me to activate this magic card that allowed me to sacrifice 3 monster cards that I played all my previous turn, even though I can only play 1, but fuck you. All of these magic cards activated at the same time to allow me to fusion triple summon Dick Fucker McGee 9000, and he has actually 9 times the attack that the creatures that were sacrificed to create him have, and his defense is eat shit, bitch, and I attack your life points directly because that's my special ability on Dick Eater 9000, and it bypasses your trap card that allows you to avoid life point damage.
Average Yu-Gi-Oh turn right there. Average Master Yu-Gi-Oh turn.
No,
I
no,
draw
hang on,
3
Sneaky,
cards.
Sneaky. You forgot the part where the other guy goes, I have the trap card that deletes Dick Sucker 9000. And
No,
then
no.
you go, aha, but my plan all the time was to sacrifice him to summon the Dick Fucker 10 billion.
Yeah,
never
right, exactly. And then actually I have a magic card that lets me take your Dick Fucker my 9 million, and then actually my trap card activates directly because of the specific circumstances that were just outlined that allows me to take 9,000 points from your life points and give them to me, and actually you can't prevent it, but actually I have the one magic card, trap card, monster card, fusion deck, special ability that allows me to cancel that specific ability, so actually I gain 13,000 life points and control of Dick Fucker 9 million.
Yep,
It's like,
average
what
Yu-Gi-Oh
the
Sounds like
fuck?
that one motherfucker that bought up all the
Average
cards
10.
for 1 month.
Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck's happening in canon? I don't understand anything anymore. Why are we dueling in the Shadow Realm to show our personas so we can chase after the One Piece so I can become the Konoha of the Ice Village? Like, what the fuck is even happening anymore? Like, it's like we're gonna save the digital realm from the Romans.
You know what? I would be on board for watching that.
oh man.
To be fair,
No.
there were Romans and Greeks that were villains in Yu-Gi-Oh, from what I remember.
Atlanteans
Oh, yeah.
even.
Though I don't want to talk about the Atlantean art, and neither do you. We don't talk about that.
Bro,
Oh,
we also
fucking
don't talk
bro.
about the astral and Barian world going at war to each other with using Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Bro, listen, there's so many things in Yu-Gi-Oh that we're not supposed to talk about, and it starts with dueling on motorcycles and only escalates from there.
I fucking watched 5D. I literally couldn't get past like either the first or second episode where the bully was like,
Oh, damn, how'd you do in GX then?
I didn't. But no, we just finished watching 90s Spider-Man on Netflix, and like it was a 2013? No, 2012. It was 2012, and we just finished watching Spider-Man, 90s Spider-Man, and we're like, what else is on Netflix? And it was like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 5. What's Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 5? That was the motorcycle, right?
Yeah.
5Ds, no.
Yeah,
was
five-
it 5Ds?
yeah,
These nuts!
Yeah, I specifically remember seeing Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I'm like, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds nuts!
Yeah,
And
no.
we all thought that was hilarious, and so we all went and watched Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Nuts. And
I
the
want to be clear.
English
If
sub.
anyone here has not seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, oh man, you're missing out on some
Oh yeah,
admittedly
100%. Yeah.
basement tier jokes, but
Oh,
they all
absolutely
land.
basically.
They're great.
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
all land.
They all land though.
I'll admit the first couple of dozen episodes that are the ones that are only like 4 minutes long is a bit hard to get through nowadays, but the later on ones
Oh
are
yeah, comparatively, yeah.
yeah,
Like,
but the
listen,
later ones
when
are
they
so
finally
good.
make it to 5D, oh my god.
What are you talking
That's when
about?
they
They're
hit
still
their stride.
going against. They just face darts, or they're still facing darts in
But
regular
no,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
the English sub for 5D, the English sub for 5D was just like,
It's bad.
it's so bad. Like, we couldn't
Yeah,
stop
no.
laughing. It was like the bully was there, and he was like bullying him out of a 3-star card because it had like
thing
1,800
is-
attack points, and he.
The
Oh
thing
my
is,
God.
though, yeah,
It
the
was
thing
the
is, though, you only
dumbest
get like
shit.
you only get like 70 something episodes in the English dub. You need to actually watch the Japanese sub because it has like over 2 or 3 times as much episodes. You miss so much. In GX, you've missed entire seasons of fucking.
You can be
episode.
going like, oh, cool, there's this cool duel. And it's like, why the fuck am I playing Kingdom Hearts now?
Yeah, nah, you need to like the.
Why is the Lich
English
King
dub.
here?
Yeah, the English dub has missed out on so much compared to the sub. Yeah,
I
or
would
we
be
all know
really
why
cool.
you like Akiza. Yeah, we all know.
I'm not gonna watch Yu-Gi-Oh. I have like some of the original light novels back in my room. I prefer to keep it to that, man.
Episode 0 still fucking bangs.
Oh man. No, like I've got like the original prologue novels where
Yeah, that's
he
episode 0. That's what I was talking about. The one where he
Oh.
mind crushes bullies, sets someone on fire, and has a
he
scorpion.
blows a
stick
dude
in his
up with
chest.
nitroglycerin.
To be fair, a lot of
Yeah.
those people deserved it.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Yeah,
they all deserve
he
it.
sets a serial killer prisoner on fire.
Yeah.
Said prisoner
Y'all
also
like,
planned to kill
hey.
everyone in there with a gun, so you know.
Oh
The-
no,
the
no, I'm
whole
not saying
thing
he
was
shouldn't. But it's
Utterly
just,
unhinged.
Yeah, but it was a 3-action combo. He could definitely do better and set him on fire in like 1 action.
oh man, that's all. That's just awful. But I love it.
Look, I cannot be clear enough. Yu-Gi-Oh, regardless of which version you're consuming, is unfucking hinged. It just so
Yes.
happens that the earliest edition of Yu-Gi-Oh is the most unhinged, which is funny because that's like the direct opposite of the trajectory that Magic the Gathering took. Like the original Magic the Gathering was relatively tame, like when you were reading the books.
Mm.
And like now when you go read Magic the Gathering books, holy fuck.
It's fucking tea and crumpets now.
Original Yu-Gi-Oh, especially fucking Duelist Kingdom era, was literally more of a theater play than it was an actual game.
My favorite part was, in fact, the episode where here's the K guy randomly robbing this family diner. It's Russian roulette, and if you what Shadow Realm? No. If you
We take your
yourself in the head.
Yeah.
Oh.
By the
cool.
way, here's a shot of alcohol. By the way, I've made it overflow and I'm about to use this lighter on you.
No, listen. My favorite is when they're on the side of the building. And every time you fuck up the game, I don't even remember the fucking game. Every time you fuck up the game, you fall farther down the building.
Yeah.
Which episode was this?
Episode 0.
Uh-huh.
It was all episode 0.
Mm-hmm.
I also want
I
to
don't
point
remember
out,
this
though,
in 0. Oh wait,
Yeah.
no, I remember now what you're talking about. They weren't falling in the building. He had like the fucking like shop deer, whatever the fuck, wasn't it?
No, but look, man, I just remember they were on the side of the building, and every time you fucked up, you got closer to dying. Which, I mean, to fair, that's all of Yu-Gi-Oh! 0, but...
I was gonna say.
Mm.
Yeah, that was where fucking Shoddy got first introduced too. That was a fucked up.
Yeah.
Listen, the whole thing was goddamn insane.
I will say this, it's even more insane than it sounds because that the thief wasn't even doing it just for shits and giggles, but because astrology was unironically real,
Yeah.
and his star signs were telling him he should go rob this specific um store, and like Yami like legitimately broke fate and universe just to murder a dude.
Hmm.
And I can respect that. I can respect that.
Listen, he became at that moment he became a Final Fantasy character.
Uh, not even a very high
Meanwhile, in
kill.
GX, it's
I,
talking about despair and also
I like the fact
dark
that in the
games
manga
and shit.
I like the fact in the episode 0 manga we actually see Yugi's mother, but in the anime they made him an orphan.
Oh yeah, the episode 0 manga is great because it also has a fucking full-on D&D type arc, which is
Yeah, that is
also,
the one with
which is a
Yami
setup
Kuru-
for the fucking end of the game. entire
Yeah,
series.
with Zork. Yeah, that's
It even
it's
technically
really-
ends the same fucking way.
Mhm.
My man showed me the entire end of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! In the first fucking arc.
Yep. Hey, if
So
if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Anyway.
to drag it back to fan fiction,
Yeah.
there are limits to wackiness, and sometimes slanderizing your own series inside
Yes.
your own series does not help you.
Yes. And speaking of fan fiction, nothing more fan fiction. I mean, actually, more just fiction because I mean, there's not really anything fan about it. I mean, can anything women like really be a fandom?
I mean, yes, Homestuck exists.
Twilight that turned into 50 Shades of Grey through its fandom.
Yeah, but that actually that literally proves my point. Is that Twilight became popular without the Twilight property? And that literally just proves my point, is that these people weren't actually fans of Twilight, they were fans of the ideas in Twilight. And when they were presented with a story that had a more pure interpretation of those ideas they lusted after than Twilight, they went after the Twilight copy in greater numbers. It's just,
I would
I'm just looking
say
at the stream and I've seen like 3 fucking Daphne Greengrass, and it just fucking makes me laugh that they use a character that has no actual fucking like personality or even been shown.
like I said earlier, like, you know, fandom has these like fan fiction singularities that happen around, where everyone just decides that, oh, like Daphne Greengrass is the cold Slytherin princess that has these big...
Yeah, that doesn't really work because canonically, Draco was the most successful Slytherin, which means you're writing someone who has to be dumber than Draco.
Well,
Which is
I mean,
literally impossible.
that's why in fan fiction they indulge
Yeah.
in the fantasy of being smarter.
also
And Draco
Daphne
gets
in
bashed.
canon was actually like a hothead and ended up
Yes.
becoming like a very aggressive businesswoman or something.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, she did.
That was in Cursed Child, right? That was in Cursed Child when he actually got a personality from her.
No.
Because before that, I thought the only
no,
time we've ever seen her was during
no.
the sorting where her name was called.
No. She had a whole moment in the books, not even just the movies, in the book. She had a whole moment. Now, to be fair, her
Really?
moment in the movies
Really? Which
was...
book?
She had speaking lines.
Yes, her moment in the movies was bigger than in the book, but her moment in the books, at bare minimum, was her sitting there and taunting Potter about the Triwizard Tournament, saying that she supports Potter. Hey, look at my badge. It says I support Potter. And then it turns
The
into
Potter stinks,
Potter
stinks.
sucks, and then I support Bill, Draco, Cedric. I support the real Hogwarts champion, Cedric, and then as her badge turned, Harry was like, curses, I fell again. No, that is her book implementation.
Really?
Obviously, yes. She actually had lines in the movie. She didn't have lines in the book. She non-verbally showed Potter that she supported him, air quotes, and that revealed that she.
Apparently, according to
Um,
the wiki, her first appearance was in Order of the Phoenix, though.
Yes.
Oh. But that's after the Triwizard Cup. That's
No.
The Triwizard is 4, Phoenix is 5.
yeah.
Oh yeah. What was the name of the fourth one?
That's
Goblet of Fire.
Yeah.
Goblet of Fire. That's what it was.
No,
Yeah, I can't
In the
believe
wiki
Batman
song.
was in the Goblet of Fire.
I thought that was Pansy who said that about supporting Cedric. Because she was the only
shit,
female,
was
as
it?
far as I know, that had speaking roles. In
You might be
Slytherin.
right. Like that's the thing, though, right? Like,
just
Like, I don't
Daphne
think there was
had
actually a
such-
single female. I don't think there was a single female Slytherin other than Pansy that had a single speaking role in any of the fucking
Right.
movies. And I think
Right,
in the
right.
books they only had like 1 or 2 for one person.
Oh yeah,
That
no,
wasn't
no,
her.
no, no. They didn't let her speak in the books, but yeah, no,
They
no, no,
didn't.
in the movies maybe. But
Yeah.
no. In the books, as far as that goes, she didn't actually have a speak,
Mm.
if at all.
And she
Just
didn't
doesn't
because
follow
apparently,
that.
according to this, in Order of the Phoenix, all they did was call her, a guy named Anthony Goldstein, Hermione, and one other to take their owls in book 5, and that's it.
Right.
That's the first
Yeah.
time she gets called.
Yeah, she's a complete blank slate, which I think is why the
Yeah.
fandom likes her. But in defense of
Well, I
Slytherin,
mean,
taking a whole
obviously.
group of children and saying, yeah,
Oh.
this is the evil people. Let's group all the evil people together. That probably messes them up. I'm gonna be
Well,
real.
yeah, but I mean, to be honest, though, you have to keep in mind the
Mhm.
person writing this story she is a left-wing feminist. Only became air quotes right-wing. I mean, she became air quotes right-wing when she realized that the left had completely taken over the apparatus she pandered to. So she became air quotes right-wing because the air quotes left-wing controlled the media and called her right-wing. I mean, if you actually listen to her policies, she's still crazy left-wing. It's that the only people that entertain anything she says is right-wing. But point being, though, is that she was very highly political, even when it came to the students. Like, it wasn't just the politics overall. It was the politics students themselves and basis. Like, she technically based Hermione off herself, but she had a lot of the arguments and a lot of the groundwork done by snapshot versions of herself inserted into characters, preempted Hermione to basically create a pathway to her.
That's actually one thing I really disliked about it, and because I wrote some Harry Potter fan fiction back in the day, and I may go back to it one day. I actually kind of enjoyed the story. But the first thing I did is I took all those characters and I made them actual children, not little adults pretending.
How dare you? How dare you not push a political message with children?
Well, see, that was. I don't know if this is me just being a boomer, but as I've gotten older, I find it very disturbing when adult authors, and not just in fan fiction, but adult authors in general, take child characters to turn them into mouthpieces because they never feel right to me anymore. It's a little uncanny valley type stuff.
I mean, it's partially you being a boomer. It is, I will admit that, but it's also, I would say, a majority part of you being an author who is aware of both the target audience, the actual audience, and the tactics employed by your supposed peers. It's a problem that, I mean, Gray and I obviously encounter as well. It's a problem that Sign, in complete opposite, embraces instead of rejects. You know, it's Well, I'm sorry, man, but you write stories that sexualize 14-year-olds. I mean, what do you want me to say here?
God damn it.
You did it to your
Don't worry.
point being, though, is that
You might
there's
get
a
rich.
lot of fan fiction out there that panders to the various authors, various parts of, and all you can really do, and all you can really hope to do in any fandom ever, no matter what the fandom is that you write something that's so emotional that whatever you wrote becomes accepted as part of the overall canon of
Ah.
the universe.
So I found it, and in the movies, it wasn't even a Slytherin that made fun of Harry with a badge. It was a fucking Hufflepuff called Hannah Abbott.
Yeah,
But see, Hufflepuff are
yeah.
supposed to be good people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So Hufflepuffs are
Huff-
supposed to be good people.
Hannah
they
and
can't
Ernie
be Nazi.
and Ernie Macmillan apparently, just because in the
Oh,
movies.
Ernie Macmillan is
'Cause of
fine to
Cedric.
turn into a Nazi and bash all you want because he has a penis, and making fun
He's
of
white
men
male.
is A, funny, and B, competition. So
Also, I found that
therefore,
they
it's
apparently
both
turned pansy
good that you
black
get rid.
partway through. Apparently, they
Yes.
turned pansy black partway through because in the third book, in the third
Oh.
movie, she was white, but then the seventh she was
And
black.
they did that with a number of characters. Susan Brown, for
Mm.
example, was originally a white person that turned
With
into
red
a
hair.
black person.
I know.
Oh yeah, red hair. Yes, of course. I mean, you can't forget the obvious black trait of having red hair.
Mm.
Very, very famous trait that black people are known for having.
Listen. He
Mm.
just have dyslexia. Sneaky. You shouldn't make fun of people with severe
Yeah.
disabilities. Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. It's just a severe dyslexia that is so powerful it manifests itself onto reading.
Yeah,
I'll be sure to see a doctor to correct it.
Well, speaking of manifesting reality, reality has manifested my pizza, so.
Understandable.
Amen. Holy Grail. I hope you don't feed us Papa John's. Jesus Christ, I do not want
No,
to
no,
shit my
no, no, no,
intestines
no, no. I have no
one
clue how
more
good the
time.
pizza at that place is gonna be. Because I didn't want to buy the food, but they're like, you gotta buy food. That's part of the deal. I was like, okay. And they wanted $35 for walking fucking tacos per person.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
didn't go with the open bar, right? You didn't do that?
No.
Okay, great, fantastic. Then if you don't mind, if we can stop at an alcohol store that sells Kahlua, I'll pay for it.
No, they were pretty adamant about the no outside food or drink
Who
one,
the
so.
Oh,
Nigel
okay.
Wolpert.
Then when we get back, we'll drink from that. We'll get some milk and we'll drink some. Bro, like, listen to me, right? Like, you think alcohol like tastes bad and shit? I 100% agree with you. Kahlua and milk, it's like chocolate fucking milk.
It's good. It is
Don't
good.
don't tell me
tastes
that.
like
Don't tell me that. I'll have to go buy some, man. And I
It
literally
tastes-
have
Go buy some.
a 3-hour liquor store down the road.
Like, no, you don't understand, like, right, like, you don't even have to do, like, a majority Kahlua, like, you don't even have to make it remotely alcoholic,
Yeah,
it's like
just
one of those
the
things you have
just
to,
the
like,
hint of
dollop.
Kahlua with the milk is
Yeah,
so good.
you dollop that Kahlua into the milk, and it's like I'm fucking drinking chocolate milk, and it's like the 90s again.
Oh man.
It's
You don't have to, like,
I mean, listen, I will try
this
it,
is
but what I will
coming from
say,
the Australian. It's better with majority milk over the alcohol.
Oh, 100%. Like, I tried to do Mr. Black. I'm sorry, I tried to do the same mixture of Black.
Nah.
Also, I've decided
No,
that one of the
Kahlua.
things we're gonna do, Nose and I
What
are
are
gonna
we
be,
doing in
we're gonna,
Chirac? Celebrating Atin's birthday.
yes.
It's not
Please
his
note, it is-
birthday, just to be
It
clear.
is several
It-
weeks
it-
off
no,
of my
yeah.
actual birthday
no,
because
no.
my actual birthday falls sometime
It
between.
was just the
Yeah.
convenient date and time that we all had off or were able to take
Mr.
off
Black
and
is
get
a wheat
Yeah.
vodka with mixed with coffee.
But yes, one of the things Nose and I are gonna do. Every time Nose, you and I, we're gonna play Old World. Every time a model dies, you're taking it. Every time a model dies, it's a shot.
Why would you?
Yeah! Let's
That's out
go!
in like the first combat phase, man. Like,
Oh
you're
no,
not
no, it's Empire versus Empire. Nothing will.
I
die.
draw my katana!
Oh my god. No, see the thing is though, is you're gonna get one round of good hand gunner firing, and then all of a sudden you're gonna have to take like 15 shots.
Gamer, do you
Man,
know how
you know,
many fucking
you
shots
know,
handgunners
like,
land?
God,
Yeah,
I
no, listen,
just...
handgunners are like 5-ups now, my brother. They ain't landing shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they made
I
them
wish
5
my
up that they
camera
don't
worked
move.
so everyone could see what I'm
Because
doing
apparently,
right now.
range units hitting shots wasn't fun and wasn't allowed.
Okay, counterpoint. One meat shot from the cannon, and we will be passed out.
I unsheath my katana and place my wizard hat on.
Oh man.
Sneaky, you
I
will
don't
be in
actually...
charge. Sneaky, just so
Okay,
you know,
what?
we're gonna keep you involved. You're gonna roll all the wizard dice and all of the artillery dice.
Okay, but, if you guys want actual things to send me for my birthday, instead of sending me that multiple times now,
I'll send you the Beacon of Meridia.
I want a very big floppy hat.
Very big floppy hat.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Find me
What?
a large floppy hat.
Okay, do you want like a beaver hat? Do you want like
No, he's
the
getting a
Russian
Roman
hat?
sun
Do
hat.
you
I
want?
want to be able to put on my wizard hat.
Okay, okay.
Wizard
You don't want a
hat on
fluffy hat. Wait, okay, wait.
Is... Oh
do
god,
you
I
want
found
like
one
the
for
Elminster hat?
82.53.
Is that what you're looking for?
Largest, floppiest hat possible. Ronnie hat. Yes.
Got it. Okay. I'm just gonna have Elminster show up at your door.
Excellent. I would love.
When I look up
a
Big Floppy Wizard hat for
RPG,
sale, there's one for $82, another for $211.
Look. You see, like the thing is that the wizard hat is an investment. We all know I am never getting laid. I'm not gonna get laid in 10 years. I'm not gonna get laid in 20 years. I'm going to achieve perfect samsara Buddhist stage state. It's just
You
what
know
it
you
is.
ain't.
It is.
No, listen. What is it? I think it's called Orc Eroica or something. Listen, there's an entire series about an orc that happening to an orc. I believe you'll turn into the orc version of it.
Maybe.
You're still an orc,
Maybe
but now
not.
you can throw fireballs.
I'm here for that.
This one looks more unisex. Maybe I should grab that one rather than the witch's hats.
Well, I mean, listen. A witch's hat is a wizard's hat
Hey!
that hasn't been painted blue yet.
Oh, fuck, there goes my vodka. I punched
Oh,
the table
no.
too hard.
Oh, also, by the way, I want to point out to everybody, this is what always happens with Sneaky, right? Sneaky will be drinking and drinking and drinking. There's a certain critical, right? And nothing sounds like it's wrong. There's just a certain critical threshold where suddenly Sneaky flips from sober to drunk.
Yes, and the worst part is that in maybe
Yeah.
the next 20 minutes you're gonna hear me flip from drunk to. And
Yes,
I've
but that's the,
drunken.
right. For
I've
Sneaky,
drunken so much vodka.
it's a hilariously
Nice.
binary switch on Sneaky.
I'm
I mean,
probably
honestly,
the
all I
same,
gotta
except
imagine
until
is no
I
playing carry, and that's.
No, there will not be
I'm
any
used.
donut.
Yeah.
Well, it's
I mean,
funny you
I'm
say
usually
that,
this-
considering how much I actually do carry you. You fucking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm usually the same, except I stand sober until I stand up after like fucking.
If you carry me, Nose, you better fucking show up to this goddamn meeting as goddamn Charles Atlas. Because the amount of times you say you carry my shit, you better be fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger of the fatties. Okay? You better be the goodest, oldest boy of the goodest old boys. Okay?
I mean,
I don't want to
literally
hear
bench your
shit.
weight.
He's. I'm not getting involved.
Do it.
All I'm gonna say
Fucking
is this, gentlemen.
coward.
All right,
All I'm
fuck
gonna
it. Come
say is
here.
No, gentlemen. Any violence that occurs, you will take it across to the street.
This is not violence. This is lift weights.
We're gonna be exercising
I
our.
do not
glutes.
trust you. I don't trust either of you not to devolve into violence.
Take it to the Waffle House, boys.
I never promised that there wouldn't be violence after. I just
I'm
said
not
I would be
saying
there
there can't be
for him
violence.
to
I'm
lift
saying
me.
if violence occurs, it won't occur on our property. Take it across the street to a school so that I can scream World Star while I'm filming it.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I'll just fucking bare knuckle box. No.
It is literally across the street, so we can do it, boys.
Oh, I know it's literally across the street. That's what I'm saying. I'll just fucking bare knuckle box nose. My bones are made of fucking titanium, bitch. Let's go.
And you can already tell Sneaky's gone, so I think we're done for the night.
No. You think you have escaped the fanfiction? Bitch, you have another thing coming if you think you've escaped the fanfiction. We're going to read this story by female
escaped.
author number 92, Matching a Malfoy. As a prominent war reporter and news anchor of political ambition, Hermione Granger is going to take it up the ass, and she needs to make
From Draco.
significant changes to her persona. Because her publicist signs her up for the Malfoy matchmaking application, which allows for wizards and witches to match magically with each other. And it just so happened to discretionally match her with Malfoy of Malfoy applications. And they have sex, and then Hermione realizes that maybe she can fix Draco.
Authors know.
You know, I
Authors involved in
was
this
going to
scene are
say that the
18 years
crossovers
old or
can't be
older.
any worse. I was going to say the crossovers can't be worse, but then I'm looking at them right now, and Sakura Demon Alchemist is on the front page, so yeah, definitely.
Let's go!
God damn it.
Look, I'll be real. I just got a fucking omake, and I'm so fucking stoked about that shit, man. Oof.
Hey, you know,
Is that from
hey,
Redeadly
Gray,
Harem?
Gray and I are the same way. Like, we see some fucking garbage tier omakes where we're like, fine, omake it.
It was actually on
We're just
Untill,
like,
and
thank God.
I like the Wraith. I'm going to be honest, I love the Wraith Raids fucking omakes that you guys get.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we kind of slowly, like, groomed them into making them, but yeah.
Hmm?
What? What are you doing?
Alright, gents, I'm going out to get food. I'll be back.
I'm gonna punch you in the uterus.
What did he mean by this?
A lament
Punch him in the
of
uterus.
snow and magic! A Harry Potter Song and Ice of Fire crossover.
no.
They just updated that.
Prophecies
also
of
on YouTube, I
fickle
watched it for a bit.
things. The two young men marked by fate lay dying by knives and fearsome foes of legend.
Sneaky
The
being on a shit for art.
two shall
sound
Gamer,
become
Sneaky is fucking gone.
one as Harry Potter struggles in the final
Sneaky sound like a
throes
wizard declaring a prophecy.
of thou soundless
You sound like a wizard
arms
declaring a prophecy.
chamber.
It's all well in
Yeah,
Denmark, Sneaky.
Sneaky's fucking gone, guys. We had a
He
good run.
becomes more.
I'd love to take you guys out drinking one day. But
It will be epic.
And I'm just
I
imagining-
swear.
I'm just imagining Sneaky dressed as a wizard declaring a prophecy in that voice.
Well, I mean, yeah, that is the intention.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
I've had so many shots, and I think I've reached 30 shots.
Oh my
Oh, God.
god, dude.
oh,
I am running dangerously low on.
I
You know what the
Fucking
fun
here
thing
I am. I'm
is?
only.
the fun thing is you have to
Hmm?
wake up early tomorrow to go to the fucking airport too.
Yes, the fun thing is that I will wake up tomorrow with the best sleep of my life, with no hangover, and I shall laugh at everyone else
I hate you.
because blood is in my alcohol.
Oh my god, he's so gone. You're genuinely so gone. Someone clip this shit. Someone has to clip this
Let's
shit.
see,
Where the
There
fuck
is no
C8?
C8 to clip the shit. I have ensured demise.
Oh.
Oh my god.
40 chapters, 250k words.
I actually started reading this
700
on
paper.
QQ, but I was interested about fucking 10 chapters in.
I mean, look, I'm just gonna go look at chapter 1, and I'm gonna tell you in a 10 seconds. How? Oh, you pinged him. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, how the fuck did he show up? You pinged him.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Yes.
saw that. But before I said anything, I looked. I saw that.
Are you
Sneaky
sure
and
about that one?
plastered. No, I am not plastered. I am nowhere near plastered. I am approaching drunk.
Nah, he's gone.
No. I can still stand up. You know how I know I can still stand up? I just went and fucking
You doing it?
this, like.
You
No,
can
I took
still
like this.
stands up, huh?
Fuck, there goes my vodka. Fuck, shit. Fuck, there goes my vodka. Okay, well, that vodka, that desk thump sent the vodka
Oh, fuck.
everywhere.
I was taking a drink then, and then
He's
fucking
so
made blood my
fucking
asshole.
gone, but gamers. He's so gone. Gamers, it's so over.
I actually
Or
haven't
just
had
be
any
gone.
alcohol. I should go pick up.
I'm not gonna drink from that glass anymore because I kind of just banged my desk so hard that it like flew into the nether realms.
You
And,
have to genuinely be the most retarded person I've ever met. And that's saying a lot.
I'm just saying that there is a reason why that I wear wife beaters.
Is it because you're a fucking idiot?
I banged my desk. Yeah, I banged my desk. I just slammed my desk. My fist. I didn't know you were from Cookies. I see, that joke would work a lot better if I actually knew any of the plot of Code Geass, which I don't. Because I'm not gay.
He's also not a woman, so I don't think that works.
I was thinking about that joke, but I was too late to say it. Well, get
Yeah.
a bigger dick.
So a girl fucked her desk, and then a blind girl rolled into the room while she was doing it.
Well,
Oh.
that seems like a
That sounds like a skill
Code
issue.
Geass. Code Geass.
Yeah, it sounds like a skill issue. I don't skill issue.
In short, she just didn't lock the doors.
It still sounds like a skill issue. Anyway, Damn that fraud! Curse Lockhart from the Nether Realm for
Damn.
causing the rock slide that killed them both. Damn the professor and the ministry for being useless. Damn Lucius Malfoy for removing the headmaster from the school. Dumbledore would have easily dealt with anything, but would he? Would he? Thought entered. He never did anything but watch.
Sneaky, can you say
And it
curse
was
you,
much
Ben?
the same. Curse you, Bell!
Damn. You actually did that pretty well, and then Discord decided, no, you will not be saying that.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure that Twitch got it all, so you can get C8 to.
Well, see it,
record
you heard
that.
him.
Yeah, C8, you can.
C8,
you can record
you got permission.
Yeah, you should. The suffering I have endured! My soul yearns for you, Bell! So you may know the torment!
Holy
Wait, my
shit, why did
neighbors
you
must-
start fucking storming?
He is the storm that is approaching.
Yeah, I summoned the storm.
Fucking the trees are rocking like crazy and it's pouring, pissing
Man.
down rain. You literally summoned the storm.
My neighbors must be like, what the fuck is going on over there?
Oh, that's just the crazy guy. He's drunk again. Don't worry about it.
Oh, wow, he actually did clip it. Hold on.
Yep.
As he should. Oh, Atin. Will you have any free time tomorrow? Atin? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Damn, that was a pretty good curse you, Bale. I just watched that back.
Yeah, nice. 10 out of 10. Good timing for the clip. Yeah, boy, what can I say? Atten went for pizza. Yeah, Atten's gone. I got no restraints on the words I say now.
Oh man.
He could sense the venom in his veins! Coursing through them from the basilisk's foul bite! His blood felt a fire!
Now I'm just waiting for Harry to go, "Come, you riddle!" Ugh.
Curse you, Riddle.
Uh,
So Kaz, you've been enjoying Redegly so far?
it's been pretty good. I've been keeping up with it.
I'm glad. I know it's not perfect, but I just tried to go for pure shonen popcorn, and I feel like I've accomplished that.
It's been good, although I
Yeah.
will admit I dropped Goodfellow, but that's not on you. That's just more because I've gotten so sick of MHA that I can't really read anything about it anymore.
Nah, that's more Wyvern's thing. I beta read for that. I never actually watched Fairy Tail.
Yeah,
And
I'm the same way with Familiar Zero and Gray's Story Zero Sum Game, where I purely just beta test all of that. I don't.
Actually, I still
don't
got to
really-
read the most recent Redegly. I might as well open that up now, just because I haven't been on Space Battles for a while.
I got you, man. No. Goodfellow is basically Wyvern saying, the old shit might not have been perfect, but it had heart, and this is what I think
Mm.
was some of the best of it. And it's sometimes just being that shonen
Yes,
might be
Aura.
dumb and simple, but
Yes, Aura. That is exactly what we should do.
Curse you, Snape! Your poisoned blood!
Ending us.
Damn that fraud! Curse Lockhart for causing the rock slide that killed them both. Damn the professors and the Ministry of Uselessness. Damn Lucius Malfoy for removing the headmaster of the school. Yeah. Yeah, I'm obviously drunk. Yeah, you was talking about.
Man is very fucking drunk.
I don't.
Hey,
I don't know.
I just spilled my entire water.
Oh.
I think it's time for you to go to bed, Sneaky.
No,
Yeah.
what? No. I want to
Listen,
be clear.
Sneaky, even if it wasn't alcohol, you still spilled a drink.
No. I want to be clear here that I didn't spill my drink because I was drunk. I spilled my drink because I slammed my fist into the desk so hard that I created an air gap for my drink to fly into the air and tilt forwards on.
Sneaky, would you ever be interested in doing a reading of Hamlet?
I could do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just, if this is something you're interested in. I was a big theater nerd back in school. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Gonna get
I'll
Sneaky
do
to
it
read the
one day,
works of Will.I.am Shakespeare.
I'll ask again when he's sober.
No, I'll probably give you the same answer. The fun bits of Drunk Sneaky and So Sneaky is that Drunk Sneaky is way more willing to just be loud and obnoxious, but Drunk Sneaky will agree to the exact same thing. Like that's the fun part about me is that like Drunk Me isn't like some sort of repressed hidden like feelings about people because I'll say the same shit
It's
to
just
people
louder.
that I'll say sober. It's I'll just say it louder.
Or with more drama to it.
Yeah, or with more drama, or with more slurring. Like there is absolutely no difference between sober Sneaky and drunk Sneaky's actions. Drunk Sneaky gets first. Drunk Sneaky gets molten. No. Drunk Sneaky gets energetic at first, and then gets molten, and then falls asleep. And sober Sneaky is just sober, and I just hate my life and everyone around it. Generally. That doesn't really change when I'm drunk, so I kind of just say everything I'm thinking that I would have normally said, but louder.
Meanwhile, I'm similar, except I just hold it for when my family isn't around because I don't want to scare a 3 and 5-year-old niece with fucking weird screaming.
See that's the fun. That's the easy bit is that I don't have any nieces and nephews here. They're all out in the far reaches of places.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm
they're
paying
more
off
than
mortgage with my brother, so that's why I fucking live.
Yeah. Well, that is what it is. But like, I'm like over 50 miles away from aunts, nieces.
Fair enough.
Whatever I say. No one's ever gonna fucking track me down, and anyone that does is just like, okay, buddy, here's your fucking Nobel Prize. You win nothing. I don't occupy any important jobs. I don't occupy any important things like the worst I could ever possibly do to my career.
Alright.
Nothing.
Alvar, I've got Redegly up, but I'm gonna start reading it when I haven't smashed down 8 glasses of rum in
Curse you, Alvor of the funds!
It's all good, man. No,
Ugh.
I am actually I'm enjoying writing a shonen series that does have the opportunity for moments of seriousness, but will never disappear of
What's
its own
that?
plot. Oh,
It's
this is the
Campion High School DxD. It's actually pretty good. I'm really loving
Really?
the
Really?
I'm actually really loving the parts of Issei with all of the fucking heretic gods. Like him just talking to them is actually really good.
I mean, I don't know. It's just
I guarantee it would not be as good if
Campione-
Alvor wasn't the one writing it. If it was just another
No,
generic
no,
fucking author,
I
would
can
give it a chance.
absolutely believe that. It's just like 99.99% of like fanfics of like Campione. They're just the absolute fucking dog shit.
It is.
Person that
I could
out
never
Fate
finish
Stay
God Slaying
Night.
Blade Works. Yeah, I could never finish God Slaying
exactly.
Blade
Yeah,
Works.
exactly. Yeah, right. It's just like arbitrarily they show up in the world. I mean, sometimes they're really funny. Sometimes it's like that one story that gave Jackie pants because Jackie, for some reason, showed up as a servant that Shiro was able to summon.
That was, I think, Zarlan's fic.
Yeah, I think maybe Zarlan's story.
He was the
like,
one who summoned. He had Jackie summoned. I remember that.
Yeah, Jackie got pants, and I loved it. Jackie got pants. Jackie finally had pants.
I'm still surprised Zarlan's on this fucking server. Like, I thought they would have left ages ago with how much we fucking
Bro, I
him.
make fun of that dude so fucking hard. I can't even comprehend that he's still on.
I think he just muted the server and forgot it was here.
Probably.
100%. I think he muted.
Same with the
like,
SDM.
Is he still in the SDM as well?
Yeah, he's still on the SDM. You know, he's absolutely still on the SDM. Yeah.
He'll be playing.
Oh shit, he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, no, yeah. He
Wait,
hasn't like
3 mutual.
since,
oh shit, he's also part of another server I'm a part of. I didn't even realize.
Yeah. He also did like post ever. Like I think the last post from 2018. But,
Probably.
He's there lurking like 100%. But like you know, Campione doesn't really lend itself.
Yeah, this is a mix, not a fusion world. That's what it is. So Campione and Heretic Gods have always been a part of DxD world, thanks to Pandora.
I've seen an idea that did that before, but that was very
as good as Alvor might be, I think at the end of the day, it's like
well, I mean, to be fair, I mainly just ignore the Campione crossovers just because I like the actual interactions of the characters between Issei, the Heretic Gods, and some of the others. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Alvor, the DxD characters showing up is probably the weakest part to me because just Issei interacting with all the Heretic Gods and the different parts of it is actually probably the most entertaining part.
Well, I mean, that's like obviously the biggest draw of a story like that is Issei, who has power.
Well, no, he only recently got that. He only used it once against Sun Wukong's Heretic God. He didn't use it before that.
But the general audience that Issei will eventually be able to unlock.
Yeah.
And then leverage whatever power up he has and a multi action.
Oh no, I actually that was one thing I've already made clear isn't going to scale infinitely. Right now I'm kind of taking a bit of inspiration from Kaioken from DBZ. Each time Issei boosts, he immediately stresses his body to an extreme degree. And so the idea was instead of boosting himself, he's going to learn how to use transfer. and so he's going to
Right.
really focus on merging his constructs and then sudden changes and movements. His current most recent authority is the power pole, the Ryu
Jangy
Jingi
Bang
Bar.
or
Right.
whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Um,
like,
Man's played too much Black
see,
Myth
like,
Wukong.
okay, so like in the
I haven't even played
scenarios,
that. I'm actually just a fan of the original Dragon Ball, and
Yeah.
right.
Also,
Right.
and
Right.
just
so
So like
I do want to chime in with one thing.
the yeah.
Genuinely, if people haven't read like Journey to the West, like you should actually
Journey to the
read.
West is good. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have a
Journey of the
copy
West
of
is
it.
great. It's great.
Yeah.
I just
I don't
But
know.
because
like,
right, it's one of those
but
things. Like some people know like who Sun
right.
Wukong is. It's like no, like you like
Right.
to the people who hadn't. I figured most of the people here had, but like genuinely, people should go and actually read that because it's fascinating to read a story that's
Mm.
so different but so similar to you know the Western tropes that we know about.
Mm.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know
Right.
if I've
But like,
mentioned in my podcast before. I grew up in Japan. You know, I got a lot of that stuff firsthand.
Yeah.
right.
Um,
Well,
but you were saying,
it's yeah, yeah. It's like I'm saying. It's like you know, the
Mm.
draw for a Issei DxD isn't much uh track with the wider
Mm.
fan.
World and crossover.
It's for Issei's action, not like interaction is like he says these things,
Mm.
does general attitude. Like a lot of people I see read DxDs, I see DxD see as character kinda get addicted
Mm.
into it by generally
Someone. Either Issei or an OC, yeah.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Because
And
they want to self-insert
so
and fuck that character.
right, exactly. And so I don't really see any sort of tensions being uh
Ugh.
a scenario in where
Mm.
devils somehow gain ground uncontested by literally any other faction.
Mm.
Like, it's one thing if Japan period of time and they work, they set up churches and and Christianity maintained to the present day. But in DxD, for example, we are given clear, explicit detailing that no one existed in that church anymore. People that existed in the now were bad people, and it had gone over time that people inside the church definitely 110% bad. Gonna do the mission presented mission, which had distinctly tones to it that really the only
Mm.
bad it was directly sending them a mission. Everyone else thought it was either a milk run or a newbie run or a
Mm.
parade. The expensive rats that couldn't actually be sent to combat, etc., etc. Basically confused everyone to reality that place, and then at the end of the day, not even the guessing care about the kids that were caught dead in the game. Oh,
Sneaky. All of that
yeah,
is true about flaws with High School DxD, but you also know at this point that I should just write my own original stuff. So
100%.
I've
Yeah,
taken that and I've used that, and that's it, the literal next chapter is going to partly be because of how the Campioni work. They're literally basically the
Mm.
closest thing to a mortal warlord of their region. That
right.
Yasaka explicitly wants to use Issei to oust the devils, or at least re-subordinate Kuo, which is kind of like the least territory to the Portuguese, and that's an explicit parallel I'm going to bring into the story, and I want to make it an actual point of political competition, which Issei will then be able to solve like a normal person and a normal teenager, which is to go, I have no idea what this is about, but I get to tell people what to do, so I'm going to tell them what I think is best, which is usually some overly simplistic and unnuanced solution to a very complicated problem that then boils down to I want you to be nice because, as Azazel pointed out to me, I get to make more babies in peace than during wartime. So you have to be nice because I say so, and I'm a
I
Campione and
want
the
you to
Red
be
Dragon
nice
Emperor.
because my dick gets wet if you are.
Yes. And the thing is, though,
That should
is
immediately be followed with several minutes of him explaining that he's not happy. The idea of peace doesn't make him horny. It's just it's much easier to bang when there's not artillery going off.
you know what? I'm going to have that explicitly asked of him. I'm going to have one of the characters there go, wait, you're sexually aroused by the idea of peace?
Listen, man, it's DXD and Campione. Someone's going to ask.
But the thing is
100%. I agree with you. You should absolutely have a moment where Issei is just like, look, if I have to beat it into your skull, that's what it is. But during peace times, women are more willing to have sex with me. So if I have to kill a motherfucker until motherfuckers stop wanting not peace, then that's what I'm gonna do. You better start wanting peace.
Yeah, that was actually going to be something I intended to juxtapose. Freed Selzen is going to be his first human kill, because when he encounters Freed is just a psychotic monster, far worse than even the heretic gods he encountered, and he snaps like any human would and puts a spear through the guy's chest and goes, "Oh, I don't really feel bad about it. I feel bad that I don't feel bad, but I can get over this."
Well,
Which
to be
is
fair as well, is that Freed is not really someone that anyone would ever lose sleep over.
no, he's a
Freed's a
genuine
clone. He doesn't deserve human rights.
Huh.
Well, no, yes, but more
Even
that
worse,
Freed
he was.
Freed is the sort of person that will stand in front of a corpse that he's flayed and tortured and be
And get
like,
aroused.
"Hello, person. I am now highly aroused by the corpse I have flayed and tortured because I feel I am right about flaying and torturing the person behind me." If
I just
you
like
do
that the
not
fact that
agree
yeah.
with me being extremely aroused by this action, I will also flay and torture you. And like 99.99% of people will just be like, okay, yeah, can I just shoot him?
The thing is though that's still important for Issei's growth, because Issei and the heretic gods has learned that the heretic gods have their own ideals and goals. If it's simply avenging their slain sister, or just wanting a good fight, or wanting to not be forgotten, they have goals and ideals, but he has to learn not all ideals are the same. He cannot.
Which
Go
is
ahead.
funny, and I'm gonna be honest, your Issei feels like he's traumatized in a different way compared to Ken and Issei. Ken and Issei got traumatized by Rain and Air, but your Issei feels like he's traumatized because even though Medusa tried to kill him, it feels like he fell in love with her and then still had to kill her.
It's trauma bonding, and it's a little bit of Issei is a genuinely empathetic person. He is overly empathetic and forgiving.
Yes.
He really is, yeah. And too many people
so-
don't realize that because they only just think, oh, tits, that's all he wants.
Yeah. Tits, escalation, tits, bullshit, tits. Average Issei character.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is Issei, he's highly intelligent and highly motivated. Yes, horny on main, but remember, he unironically busted his butt to get into Kuo, and not only passed with flying marks, but he was actually like one of the top scorers, and that was from him being an average student. Because remember, like
Kuo is one of the top schools in the country.
Yeah, and he did that specifically because he was motivated by his horniness. But he is.
But here's the thing. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Issei put in so much more work than Izuku for his dream, and I want everybody to think
did. He really did.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah. Yeah.
I love how
want to
everyone's
like-
just like, oh, fuck, he's correct.
I want to like him
Yeah.
as being a teenager.
I'm not playing
and
Dota with you.
ignorant.
You are too drunk.
See, this is
Play
the
Dota
kind
with
of-
me, you whore.
This is the
You're
kind of
literally
conversation I want to
playing
hear
with
after
you.
drinking 3/4 of a bottle of rum.
Vodka, you
definitely-
fucking ingrate.
I was gonna say, he
guys
doesn't
have a
drink
beautiful
rum. He's a
mind.
fucking heathen. That's why
I
he drinks
will
vodka.
excuse you. That is at least 20% higher proof than rye. Anyway, yeah, we've talked about a lot of whole shit. It's 10 o'clock. I'm gonna call it here because I can't even remember what I'm talking about, and it was just fan fiction garbage. Which I mean, you can see on my screen. It's just
We were
painful
cursing
to read.
Snape and Bale.
Oh, I know, but like the actual story itself is just like absolute fucking purple prose dog shit. I mean, even
Yeah.
if the grammar is correct in here, and he even use a fucking semicolon semi correctly, it's just like the most excruciating. I wouldn't read this if I was drunk. Shit that I don't even feel like fucking reading it out loud because it's like not even like bad boring or bad good. It's just fucking boring. It's like it's
Yeah,
so
that's why
fucking
that's why I
mediocre.
dropped it in chapter 10. That's why I dropped it in chapter 10 on QQ.
Yeah, it's just so mediocre. Like I came across a Factorio Cyberpunk 2077 story where it was just so boring, mediocre, with arbitrary tech advancements. It was the most nonsensical shit in existence, right? Like it would just like begin the chapter with like, all right, well now that I've advanced all of the red science, it's like, what do you fucking mean advanced all of the red science? Like, oh well, I mentioned in the previous chapter that I put down 2 burner miners that mined Pacifica of its scrap structure. It's like that's if you did that, the structures themselves would have decreased. But you can't just mine the fucking foundation and be like, I found copper in the foundation of the fucking building. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense.
He's a crackhead. He's here to steal your catalytic converter. He's gonna rip
I-
the wire out of your walls.
I know, and to make it even worse, he was like, yeah, I could open up the mod list and I could enable and disable whatever mods were available to benefit me the most. And so I built the recycler from the Space Age expansion pack because that gave me better returns than the space expansion mod. But I needed to switch to the recycler space expansion mod because it gave me less return. It let me create crude oil out of mining scrap buildings. It's like,
You know, I was gonna ask why would you use mods in your writing of fanfiction, but then I realized it's Factorio, and I don't think there's a single Factorio play that doesn't use mods.
there's not a single Factorio play that doesn't.
That's the thing is though, you don't discuss like all these mods and enabling and disabling. That should be something that you discover as you investigate the world. Hey, there's a bunch of blueprints I don't recognize.
Yeah,
They do
exactly
different-
right. 100%, and like it got so cringe because he had
cringe.
like this faction of animals that broke off from the normal animal gang, and they called themselves the Biters, and they kept attacking his base.
Because
And he called himself the Engineer, and he was like, yeah. And I left one of the biters alive one day. And I told the biter that you're facing Engineer. And that's how my Edge Runner legend began. And it's like, oh, fucking God. Hey, he's also like, yeah, so I took a side major of hacking in college, and that allows me to hack in 2077 because it's basically the same thing.
The way you
No.
do this
Oh
No.
yeah,
is
yeah, definitely.
the character
No.
is a complete and total sociopath. He never speaks once. There's just this lunatic with a jump pack and like Doc Ock legs. I forget what they're called,
And
running
he
around
hates
the city
humans.
damaging tech. And he's just like, oh yeah, no, he ripped a guy apart to literally scrap the cybernetics inside of him, and then disappeared.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
like you
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
do that,
It's just
but it would be
yeah.
crack, I guess.
No, I mean, like, any sort of Factorio cyberpunk story obviously have to be cracked because even the most basic Factorio factory outproduce cyberpunk factory.
Well,
Because
what would be
like,
more concerning is the fact that the Factorio factory can be made to produce cyberpunk stuff. Like,
well, not even that, because I mean, you have the whole that chip hand wave. Like we're talking more about just raw manufacturing potential of just factory that's um it
Listen, Night City
Factorio.
was in the way of my main bus. I designed
Yeah, yeah,
500 square
totally
Gustav.
right. Yeah, like
I
Factorio is so
I feel like I'm a bit drunk
raw
because Sneaky is
production.
both blurring but completely comprehensive at the same time to me.
Exactly. That's how you know I'm exiting my drunk. It's when I start making sense again. You're like, oh fuck, he's getting so. I will fuck him.
honestly, it's kind of hilarious to watch. Honestly, we should see if we can get it to be medically reproduced. Because watching Sneaky's body like cycle through drunkenness at an accelerated pace is hilarious.
It's the most frustrating thing in existence because I can't even go to bed fucking drunk because I'm sober by the time I brush my teeth, and it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? But
Oh man.
thing is that like any sort of like, cyber tech, uh, given able to access Factorio tech, it's fucking and like you have radio, even if you have you got fucking radio technology, even unmodded, you got insane levels of cycling and repurposing technology available. You have grenades, you have machine guns, you have the ability to fabricate self organics and metals. Like
Listen,
the sheer scale that even base Factorio operates on blows Cyberpunk, Mass Effect, and other sci-fis out of the water to the point that it's not even a fucking competition. And you're now working on like is the best I can call them of like points in that were considered essential are kind of essential, but at the same time it's like the chance of hitting that exact point on 1 in 100. I really bother spending the time to fix the issue for all 3 million of.
listen. I don't even think it comes down to that. I think Arasaka invades a normal base game Factorio factory, and all of a sudden 100,000 laser turrets were airdropped by drones around them, and now everyone's just screaming and dying. And
But yeah, but
like,
that's what I'm saying though, right? Like there comes a point where even in base Factorio, through have enough power to basically prevent anything from the non-Factorio.
yeah, because
And if you,
it becomes I'm engaging in thermonuclear warfare for my convenience now to
yeah,
reduce the biter attacks by 2% so I can increase copper output by 3%. And it's
yeah,
when it's an Excel spreadsheet but 3D.
honestly, like, I have never been able to get Factorio, Kenshi games like that. I can just never get into those games because it like it's a sandbox. Do what you want, right? It's like, okay, but like I want something to work towards, and if there is no limit to what I can do, then I want some kind of reactivity from the world.
I think part of it's that it's kind of a time sink. Like I like to play Hoi 4 just for encirclements. Like how big of an encirclement can I make? You know?
Mhm.
And it's not because it's difficult. Even on elite max buffs, the AI is just so dumb you can break it in half. But it's how good can I get? How much can I optimize? How hard can I flex my brain boner to to do something? I think is kind of what it comes down to. And also sometimes you just really like trains and fluid mechanics.
And then
That's something.
sometimes it's a whole E4 player who hasn't left his house ever.
Yeah.
We don't talk about those.
Most of them have never left the house.
Those
So
smells like he never
no,
left the house.
different interests, you know.
What'd you say, Sneaky?
Fuck you.
Go to bed, you're drunk.
Play a Dota
No,
game.
No.
actually, that thing, the Factorio story, that reminds me of that old like medieval to what was it? It was like a hentai crossover, but they like played entirely straight. What would happen if like a crusading army,
Excuse
thousands of
you.
knights appeared straight in
What did you just call it?
it was a medieval to hentai anime crossover. And it was literally of like, okay, now instead of like these evil monsters of non-consensualness are now all of a sudden
medieval times, not the game medieval. Fuck.
Why would you think it was the game medieval?
Because I'm drunk as fuck.
It's okay, man.
The skeleton knight can't save you here.
He can always save me.
No, he can't.
No, he can't because you don't have a piss fetish.
Are you implying Sir Daniel has a piss fetish?
I'm implying
Am
that
I going to have a smack a bitch?
I'm implying that a disturbing number of authors from that time, from like that specific, like from the Skeleton Knight and Goblin Slayer and Overlord time period.
We are not talking about Goblin Slayer. Sir Daniel is from the fucking PS1 game medieval.
No, I'm not talking about that. You said Skeleton Knight, and I was thinking Skeleton Knight in Another World, which was that Overlord. I read 2 books and went, "This is
no. We're talking about the PS1 game that got a remake.
A very good PS1 game.
Okay, it was.
Okay. No, that was not what I was speaking about.
But it's what we were speaking about.
That's
All I
fine.
remember from this crossover is like this dark elf lady who is wearing no pants tries to seduce this French knight, and he's just like, oh god, backhands her, and he's like, put on some pants, have you no shame? And then has nuns literally go forcefully scrub her and bathe her and put her in a nun habit. And is like, no, you're not allowed to be alone with men, you lunatic. You're a lewd and lascivious woman. You have to be kept safe by these nuns now.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That crossover I brought up.
You will be kept safe with the nuns. Do not resist.
Yeah.
You are being saved by the nuns. Please do not resist.
Yeah, because it was some hentai, and there's like orcs and non-consensual stuff. And then all of a sudden, it's this army of crusaders. You're just like, no, ew, kill the subhuman abominations.
Look, you're not supposed to admit to people that you've played rants, dude.
Yeah, listen, I have no idea what you're talking about.
It was a crack fic I read years ago that I got reminded of by the Factorio Cyberpunk crossover.
You know what? Let's see if you can find that. Speaking of which, Nose, you still got to play the Fire Emblem H game.
I'm not. No.
You have to find out how big Claude's dick is.
Wait, Fire Emblem H game? I was thinking you're talking about Lost Emblem, but that doesn't sound like that.
No. I'm trying to remember. So there was a gentleman on the R Fire Emblem subreddit who did a hilarious playthrough of it. Like, I mean, he played through the whole damn thing. Great pictures, and like he was like actually looking at the actual like merits of the game as like a strategy game. Maybe you can find it, but unfortunately, I think Imgur took all the fucking links down. Like he censored everything, but
It sounds a bit familiar, actually. So I might have found it in the past, but I can't fully remember.
Of course you found it in the past. It's a fucking H game.
I mean, that's just because I'm a Fire Emblem fan.
I was talking more about your propensity to finding H games.
I mean, just because I've played a couple dozen, doesn't mean I've got a propensity to it. Fiend's got more of a propensity than I do, but I've played every single one he's brought up.
That's over.
I still do rate Black Souls, though. People should definitely play that.
play what?
Shut up! Shut up! Don't tell people about that. I don't want it getting popular. Shut up!
Okay,
Are you a
Nose.
fan?
Now I actually have
You
to ask
motherfucker.
you.
You a fan, Nose?
Nose, you know that forbidding me knowledge is
Ugh.
the surest possible way to make me inquire about that.
All
How
right.
long have you known me?
Okay,
Alright.
so just so everyone understand, I haven't actually fully played the game, mostly because I kind of stopped because other shit happened. I
you play
literally
the
played a
second?
little bit, and I've seen other people play it on YouTube and shit like that. Some people posted some shit.
What is this game? No one has answered
Black-
this question.
Black
is-
Souls is a weird kind of Alice Liddell, Louis Carroll fucking Dark Souls game. The first one opens up with Jean d'Arc getting burnt to death by a dragon. The second one is pretty good as well, but you can cheese it with the gun and the power of a rabbit waifu. So it's a good game, although it is a H game, and basically any female you meet, you can either introduce yourself or rape.
You don't actually really want to do that a second option.
Hey.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
really don't.
You don't. It definitely you really don't.
See,
And
I'm going
it's
to
called-
avoid that option because I'm a decent human being with
No,
morals.
well, yes, obviously.
But it
You
also
should avoid
has-
that.
Yeah.
It's more punishing people who pick that option. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
And multiple endings, including the true ending, which usually involves you killing an eldritch god.
Counterpoint, they could just not put that in.
Yes, but unfortunately, this is the world that we live in, and we have to deal with that.
Yes.
Would I have liked the game if it wasn't an H game?
Okay.
Yes. Do I still play it? Do I wish it wasn't an H game? Yes.
Yeah, this is
I
from my
think I
time when I
found it.
kept playing RPG games. I kept playing RPG Maker
Oh,
games.
yeah. I haven't actually played it in fucking years.
I
like,
finished both 1 and 2.
When did it come out? Genuine question.
Oh, that's 20. I think it was like 2018, I think.
Hold on.
For Black Souls 1.
Hold on a second.
2 was a couple of years later in the 2020s, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure I started playing then, and then I stopped. Like, I just stopped playing the game.
Yeah, the thing is though, with 2 you can cheese it because you get a gun, and depending on what gun you've got, if you use a cannon it waits your turn, but if you use a regular gun it doesn't. So then you can also buy stopwatches that refills your gun, so you can cheese the entire game by using your gun, using a stopwatch, using your gun, using a stopwatch, and just killing everything, including the super bosses.
Gamer, I'm not that far deep.
Because they don't get a single turn because you're too busy shooting them to death.
So, I gotta head up, guys. Two things.
Yep.
Atin,
Enjoy.
I dropped in the chat. I think that's it. Basically, dude was playing Medieval Total War 2 glitch.
Sneaky's not talking anymore. Did he fucking pass out?
I think Siki passed out.
It's possible.
Well,
Because usually he'd interrupt by now.
yeah,
Probably players.
I'm glad C8's not here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There were people talking over. What'd you drop in the chat?
I found the
The fic. The
Holy shit! You actually found it.
27
Yeah,
is the factorific.
Yeah, it took me a hot minute to find it, but I found it. It's
The fact that
basically
you found it.
Total
Fine.
War Kuro Inner.
yeah, and it's just like normal-ish people from like a French Crusader army going, "Oh my God, these people are absolute monsters. We need to kill them all."
I wonder if it's Black Souls fan fiction.
Black
Possibly did.
Souls fanfiction.
Least,
I mean, there might be.
least horrific French person.
Kaz, thanks for the feedback, man. If you ever want to hit me up to offer criticism though in the future, I'd love it. I'd need it. A lot of the readers don't actually give good feedback.
Why not?
They're rather they
Oh,
don't
right,
leave
they're retarded. They're retarded and like the story too much. Right.
they don't leave constructive criticism. But I do appreciate it, man. I very much do. Hopefully, I can make the DXD characters less one note. I don't tend to do that for everyone.
Well,
But-
it's not really that one note, but it's just that the fucking heretic gods and Issei interactions are just so good that I just want more of them
Well,
compared to everything else. Like,
just do you want
the
to
Rias one, like the Rias interactions are well done, but again, just the fucking like melancholy between the Issei and heretic gods and knowing he has to kill them, and the interactions they have, which just feels because you know he's gonna have to kill them, it just feels a lot more like serious and all there, you know?
Well, can I offer a mild spoiler and get your opinion on it?
Yeah, sure.
So the next two heretics he's going to fight are going to be Hecate, who is going to be part of one of the plots going on in the background, and that is an Egyptian frog goddess, not Hecate, the Greek goddess of magic.
Magic and titans and shit like that, yeah.
This is an Egyptian frog goddess of floods, and Maui, the Polynesian hero. And Maui is going to be different from all the others in that he is doing something he genuinely, absolutely believes is good for humans, creating new islands, irregardless of the damage and consequences of causing massive supervolcano eruptions.
Yes, I know about Maui. I've got a 3 and 5-year-old niece. I've watched Moana like a dozen times.
It's not a bad movie to watch a couple dozen times. At least you didn't have to deal with Frozen.
I did as well. That I also had to deal with, both 1 and 2.
Hello.
So, hey, welcome back.
Who joined?
Thank you.
So, do you think that will be a good next step? Showing a heretic god that is actively doing what they believe is beneficial for humanity, regardless of consequences.
Oh yes, 100%. But the thing is, though, Issei has been empathizing with every single heretic god that he's faced. So even if Maui thinks it's something good, it's not really something new compared to what you've already done. Just because, again, he's empathized with every single heretic god he's faced, and nearly every single one he's faced, he's had regrets about killing.
I will say he didn't regret Wukong's death because he is. Also, he's
Wukong was a respectable death. Wukong was a fucking great death.
Thank you. I really wanted to send that guy out on a high note. With Maui, it's not actually going to be as tragic because for Maui, there's going to be plot reasons for why he shows up.
Yeah.
But he is doing what he thinks is necessary to protect his people.
Yeah.
And
again, the thing is though, an empathetic heretic god doesn't really work that well just because Issa has empathized with every single heretic god. Like before Maui, I feel like you've got to have one that Issa just genuinely wants to kill.
I just realized what time it is. As much as I'd like to continue the conversation, I probably should go to bed soon.
Yeah, you have to get on a fucking plane.
No,
good night, gamers. And tell Sneaky he's a bitch when he wakes up.
Will do. I'll tell him now. Oh, he heard.
He woke up just long enough
to be called a bitch.
You think he needs someone who he can genuinely reject and
Yes.
view as
Yes. Yes, I feel
Well,
like
that's
that
already
just because you've
based on
had
what
like I said, you've had every single heretic god be empathetic and Issei getting along with them in some way or another, even if he has had to kill them. But he's never actually faced someone that he genuinely wants to kill or hates, other than again in the future Freed.
Mhm.
But again, that's not a heretic god.
we
So
were
it just feels like you need to have some sort of actual antagonist.
gotcha. We were actually going to buff up Diodora a lot. Because Diodora is panicking and he's going, "Oh hey, I should do all these risky things to get way more powerful because the Campione stole my girl." And I'm gonna go
The
see
thing
her
is,
that.
though, even with Orpheus's power, he's technically already like Satan class or leader class or whatever, which in DxD really means nothing because Issei's so powerful, but is a big deal because it's someone who could technically destroy a country in like one hit.
Mhm.
The problem is
So
DxD is shit about getting all that sort of power level stuff out of the way just to make Issei look better.
we were both going to save ourselves some trouble and also kind of show off the results of the fusion in that Rizavim has two plans. And he's running multiple schemes all at once, yada yada yada. And
Oh, I
his
could
idea,
definitely see Riz of them trying to either do the regular Trihexa plot from DxD or a heretic god that could literally just fuck everything over.
he
Like
does
that,
both.
like that
Um,
just makes sense that he'd even just randomly decide to make heretic gods descend just for entertainment and to fuck people over.
he's going to try to create heretic god Yahweh and end up
Oh,
successfully creating heretic god Adam. And heretic god Adam will be under his control, and then Rizavim is going to give him the order to the effect of rampage and destroy the most powerful things you can find. And then Adam's just going to be like, "Okay, boss," and then go fight Trihexa forever in like a sealed off pocket dimension because he's not going to kill his kids. Are you an idiot?
yeah.
Go screw
I don't
yourself.
know about him controlling Adam in some way because Adam followed Eve and rebelled against God, so I feel like it'd be hard to control someone like that just because of his legend.
Oh no, he's specifically interpreting Rizavim's order in such a way as to just kind of go, "No, go screw yourself." But the
Fair
idea
enough.
is that Rizavim's right now been working with parts of the Chaos Brigade to artificially induce the descent of heretic gods. And they
Yeah.
even figure out a way to basically bottle them and
I'm gonna be
allow them
honest.
to be
I'm very interested in the either Athena subplot that you're doing with her going around killing her different fucking what's it called? Fuck.
fragments,
Multiple.
incarnations, slivers,
That's
whatever you
it.
want to call
Yes. Multiple personality disorder.
them. Yeah, because
Honest,
heretic gods are genuinely schizophrenic. Um,
Mm.
that's one thing I wanted to stress with Medusa. And her sisters
Mm.
were better off because they're less well known, they have less
Yeah.
legends, they have less
They
stories.
literally only have that legend. They don't really have anything else connected to them.
Mhm.
Like they
Well,
barely, like you said in your story, they barely probably count as a heretic god except for as attachments to Medusa's legend.
and
that makes sense, yeah. I will say though, just personally, like I haven't read your story, so I can't say how we've done it or whatever. The
I would
idea
definitely
of
recommend it, Aura. I would definitely recommend it, Aura. It's actually a really good
Campione is
story.
very hit or miss for me. Like I'll give some ideas interested, like if they can sell me on the premise of like I don't know, like I'm just gonna use this example. Shiro ends up in Campione, becomes Campione, shenanigans ensue. Like I kind of find those ideas neater than world fusions.
Yeah, at the very least, I would definitely recommend reading up to the Journey to the West arc where Sun Wukong and the attack and the guys from the Journey to the West get summoned by Sun Wukong. Just because it is really actually entertaining to read the parts that happen throughout that and Issei's
I'll
interaction
consider
with
it.
the characters.
But like what I
well,
was gonna say, just something that kind of just hit me, like just hearing like the idea of Riziam being able to summon and command a heretic god. I even for relations of like Lucifer or whatever, just feels kind of
Yeah, just because
Pathetical,
also
so that-
heretic gods rebel against basically everything,
yes,
their story and everything like that. So it feels like being able to actually command them feels weird for someone that
like
exists
yeah,
rebel.
yeah, like
so
it's just how it seems to me. Like I don't think you can really explain it away that I personally find satisfactory. Like I
gotcha.
I can understand the logic,
How
but I
how
I won't
well,
really.
like Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, for 2 weeks straight, I argued with Alvor about Issei still having boosted gear and not even activating it until Sun Wukong.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
that was something that never made sense to me, because with facing heretic gods, even as a human, it feels like he'd at least get the twice critical before then.
Well, see, the
Yeah.
twice
But
critical is an anime only thing, and in the light novels, he only awakens the boosted gear. It's just
oh,
he can only
really?
use it once.
Yeah.
Early on.
But yeah,
So
that
to
just my
to
thoughts
explain
on
the
that.
thing with controlled heretic gods, our plan was to basically have it be that we introduce slowly over the time that there is a faction. Obviously, the readers know it's Chaos Brigade that is experimenting with artificial heretic gods and manipulating what they are, and on and on and on and on. And it was going to be Riser was the first time we introduce it as a usable thing. Is Riser will still get into the rating game because his big mouth writes a check. Rias agrees to fight Riser in a rating game if she can bring her familiar. Turns out humans count as familiars. Issei gets involved. Riser goes, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, my whole peerage is gonna die. This insane lunatic god slayer is going to murder us all and harvest us. I've got to find an edge or back out, and then he's not allowed to
The
back out. And
I
And
so
wouldn't go. The thing is, I wouldn't go with familiar on that. I'd go with contracted magician can join in, because
that would work
champions
better.
have huge amounts of fucking magic resistance and magical power. Even Issei, once he becomes a champion, probably has at least
oh,
some magic power compared to Kennen.
yeah,
Well, I
that's
don't
why I was
So
understand how
putting
feeling.
familiars work
like
in DxD. I assume that
like
it would be a bit
yeah
hard to bind him as a familiar
like
in any regard.
like
Gotcha.
making because familiars, they need a ritual to bind them. So being able to bring it along means they need to be able to bind Issei, which his magical resistance would stop.
Like, even if she did the whole kiss magic thing like they
Yeah.
did in Fake Ambient, I
It
feel like
it
just
just it
Issei would
feels
burn
like
away that.
asking. Yeah, it feels like being able to ask if she could bring her contracted magician. Riser would go, yeah, sure, it's just a human, who cares? But then she brings a Campion as her magician, and he's like, oh, I fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, just
that was
I get what
that
you're
was the
saying with, like,
idea.
one
We
of the things that's kind
Well,
of
no, no,
puzzling.
no. If Riser agrees to it, Phoenix, then it doesn't really matter what his parents say, because Riser agreed that a contracted magician would work and be fine. Like,
It
this
could
is
also be under the guise of Rias not having the full edge, like,
yeah.
because as far as the trading game goes, he's fighting her with a full peerage. She doesn't have hers completed.
Yeah,
So
like
it
the
would not
thing
be
is, though,
fair.
despite the fact that the families made up the marriage contract, if Rias and Riser come up with an agreement for the rating game, they'd have to follow through with it, because it's between the two people that the contract is about. So if
Right,
Riser goes, yeah, you can bring your contracted magician, and she goes, great, it's the newest Campion, he would, like, his own pride wouldn't let him go back on his word, but he definitely fucking be worried about it and try and find a way out from defeating a Campion.
To
so
get back to
because
your discussion regarding, like, artificial heretic gods and whatnot, I
Mm.
feel like that would be. I feel like no matter what you try to explain, at least in lore, they would be far, far inferior to an actual
I
heretic
just
god.
realized the stream's still up. That's how Phoenix is hearing us say all this shit.
Oh, I didn't even look in chat.
I just
I'm
realized
sorry.
that.
Technically, no, Phoenix. I don't think so. Mostly
Mm.
because, like, what Rias, who Rias contracts in her own damn time is her own
Is on her.
business.
Yeah.
And if Riser didn't do the research when he accepted the challenge, technically that would be all on him, not
Yeah.
outside interference.
Plus,
So
contracted magicians isn't something that any family really, like, does and steps in for. It's between the devil and the magician itself.
Yeah,
So that's something that Reese's family couldn't stop either.
pretty
so
much.
right now, Rias has been humiliated. She was humiliated by Athena and then by Luhua.
Yeah.
She, as part of the compromise to
And
stay in
she
the
was
human
also
world,
humiliated by Sun Wukong by being turned into some monkey hybrid as well.
a monkey girl, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so technically, yes, that was what the original concept of the of the of the marriage contract between Riser and Rias, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
But that would require the way you say it. The parents might see it. I don't think you can join over because this is like you have to have special permits.
But
Oh.
the thing is, you can't forget that Ryza was able to give Rias 2 weeks to prepare for the raiding game and train.
I thought it
Like
was 1
that
week.
wasn't something that no, I thought it was 2 weeks. But like his family had no like set up for that, which means there is between the two people that the contract is a part of, the raiding game is just between those two, not the family. Which means
So-
any kind of thing that she says, like, "Oh, can I bring my contracted magician?" If he says yes, the family can't say anything about that.
Pretty much. It's like she set him up. Effectively, she would be playing him
Yeah.
into agreeing with that. It's like, at best, they might be able to stall for time to try and get him to try and convince
Or
him.
they could
to-
say it's not fair. You got a Campion. You got it through your brother or something. But if she can say no, he owns Kuo now, and we just asked for a favor, like, yeah, she might owe a Campion, but there's not really anything that Ryza's family can do about that. And again, like Alvor just said, Ryza wouldn't think it through. He would just respond because he is very hot-headed.
Pretty much. Which is,
So-
but yeah, it's like, like.
Plus,
to get
no
that-
one really knows that Issei is the new Campion. Like, they know there's a new Campion, but they don't know what he looks like. They don't know really his
I
name.
feel like that would only apply to anyone below the high ranks, like the uber high ranks,
Yeah.
like Surzex,
Like-
like all them. They would know who the fuck he is, and they would
Yeah.
know who he is immediately.
But a third son, he'd fucking know nothing.
I mean, why would he? He would just assume,
Yeah.
oh, it's a Campion on Earth. I'm in the devil world.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
And even then, Ryza is prideful enough that he goes, "It's just a human. Who cares what they've done?"
And no, I feel like even he would be I feel like just even as a high-ranking devil, even if he doesn't really have
well,
a
the
respect
thing
for
is,
humans, he would
the
know what
problem-
a Campion is, and he would
Yeah, but
understand.
the thing is,
Shit.
though, in Alvil's fic, Rias thought she could take a heretic god at first before she actually got
Okay.
humbled by Athena. Like, a lot of the new devil generation doesn't realize how strong Campion and heretic gods are.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Like, because their pride blinds them. Their pride 100% blinds them from how strong
Okay,
they
yeah,
actually
fair
are.
enough. As I said, I haven't read, so I can't say. But yeah,
Rhea
at
in
least that makes sense.
particular, she thought that she could simply use the power of destruction to blast Athena, and that
Yeah.
would be enough to take her down. And she didn't understand what was going on.
And she got humbled hard by that.
Serious question, completely unrelated, just to any of this, just random question, because I remember Sneaky always talk about like technically Surzex is like entropy itself. How would Surzex stand against a Campion? Just no authorities to
instantly.
give him buff.
there
Surzex
has
is a
been-
plot device. He's not
Yeah.
he's not a power level. He's a plot device.
Yeah, so there's been hints about Surzex being different thanks to the Campion crossover,
Mhm.
but it hasn't actually like come through or anything. So it feels like, I'm gonna be honest, to me, it feels like he's stuck in the underworld, because if he went to the human world, he'd be ending up similar to a heretic god, because he's become such a big legend that it could
Yeah, that's
potentially
just-
make another version of him
Eh,
come
eh,
heretic.
I feel
Literally
like
happens.
that's kind of iffy, to be honest. Like the
Surzex
idea
has
of
to be
someone just
so-
being
so
famous.
powerful.
Like I get the concept of the whole domain of immortality is like your legend being a thing.
Well, the thing
But
is,
I
you
feel
can't
like-
forget he's counted as one of the 10 strongest in the world, and he has been for like 500 years.
I get that, but at least I feel like if I were to look at like every other god in mythos and whatnot, I would feel like they would, even like a more young faith would have better chances, just because the sheer weight of like say biblical, like an angel getting summoned,
Yeah.
would be more sense purely because the whole world, which is a fairly large population, acknowledges them.
Yeah.
Where
But I-
Surzex, I feel like it's only a
The thing is with
massively smaller.
the thing is though, with Campion being well known and having a legend is basically all you need to be counted as a heretic god, because I'm pretty sure shit like Oda Nobunaga and Akira Soji and the Shinsengumi and all that can be counted as well.
Yes,
True.
they were in one of the later follow-ups. I don't remember which one. To explain the plot real quick, because Rias got humiliated, but she still wants to stay in Kuo, she and Sona agree to train with their older siblings and their older siblings' peerage. Riser is going to hear about that, view it as Surzex trying to interfere, so he's going to go to his family, get his own special training arc, and it's going to lead to an escalation. The problem is, like y'all pointed out, he has a full peerage. And now he's actually training the peerage, not just depending on his own regeneration.
Well, each regeneration he's queen. His queen
Okay,
was
correct
literally
me
the
if
only
I'm
piece that
wrong.
was really powerful.
Mhm.
correct me if I'm wrong, but what is it? Fuck, I'm trying to remember. Didn't Riser technically already have like a winning record beforehand?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he had
And
8 wins, 2 losses, and the 2 losses was only because he surrendered because they were friends of the family.
They were literally
Obviously,
I
political
feel
prisoners.
like at least like
Yes.
I think he would definitely take Rios a bit more seriously, but I don't think he would go through a massive training or purely because he would at least be he might do some more training, but he would
I
also take
think
him a lot more
effectively,
serious
The thing
because
is, though,
he's lost.
in canon, the only threat other than him was his queen and his sister, who doesn't fight. So I could see him possibly putting the rest of his peerage through training rather than just
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah,
Like
just
to
like I just
actually
don't see
make
him going through a
to actually
training arc.
making the knights and the rooks and all that actual fucking threats, because in the actual raiding game, they got no diff. Like it wasn't even a real contest between
Yeah,
Rhesus
but you get what
and
I'm saying
them.
though, just because like based on
Other
just
than the
how its
queen.
set was.
Other than the queen with her explosive magic, there wasn't really a single one that was a true threat.
Yeah,
to,
it's like
to
I just see this
finish
like
it off,
Riser's definitely capable enough to go, okay, something okay, so she made because I don't think he's that arrogant to go, oh
Mm.
my god, Cersei's interfering in the affairs. It's because it's less likely. It's like he
I
might be
feel like
nervous.
it sounds like to me that that Rhys was so desperate that she sold her body or a sexual favor to a Campion to act as her contracted magician. That's what it sounds like to me. Not
I mean,
Zerza
yeah.
interfering.
Regarding the relationship with Issei as a champion, yes, I think that would work at least as some sort of slander. Regarding her training with Surzex, if this is after her getting her shit kicked in, I
Mm.
feel like anyone who would hear of it, which Riser, if he's keeping any eye on Rias, would. I don't think he'd take that as a massive threat, or at
Mm.
least like Surzex interfering. It's like, okay,
If
she's
he
going to her brother, the strongest devil, and someone who is a known syscon, and getting some training.
why,
This is
and then they hear, oh, there's a heretic god that kicked her shit in. Oh, her pride got hurt, so she's trying to get stronger.
Yeah, it's like if this had happened around like after the whole
Like you can't
Riser tries to
like
pressure her, then yeah,
like
you could make the argument
yeah.
of foul play.
Like, you can't forget, nearly every single devil sees humans as nothing. Like, their own pride won't let them see humans as anything, as a threat, or anything like that. Which is another thing you gotta think of, because does Campion even change that or not? Like, would every devil who exists,
are themselves
hear of a Campion and go, it's just a human, I can still take them? And then get a huge fucking reality check when they actually try that.
Yes, some of them have. We specifically had John Pluto Smith exterminate an entire cult. That what she did in canon, except we had an actual pillar devil, and it almost turned into a small scale war that was only stopped because the American government said, "We'll pay reparations. Please don't start a small scale war on our west coast." And John Pluto Smith is literally psychotic enough not to care.
Yeah. Are they really? Because from what I remember, what little I remember of canon, they like yes, they do the whole superhero gang, but I wasn't aware that they were that unhinged.
The thing is,
Like I would
well, the
sort of
thing
take
is,
them.
compared to their public face as the assistant of John Pluto Smith to John Pluto Smith, it really feels like they have multiple personality disorder or schizophrenic, because it fully feels like two different people. And John Pluto Smith definitely feels like it would be like that. But the assistant, who I can't remember the name right now, but the person who originally was before John Pluto Smith, who acts like the assistant, would probably be more negotiable and able to walk through it. But the actual Campion face feels like it would not like stand for that sort of shit.
They're severely out of touch with that. But anyways, Riser, realizing that he can't take a Campione, decides to go attempt to figure out, how do I deal with this? What do I do? Da, 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 da. Goes through his family's libraries and is also approached by one of his friends who says, hey, we can do this ritual and you can summon the heretic god Phoenix, the progenitor of your bloodline, as in like the Ars Goetia demon, or Ars Goetia demon. And
I'm just gonna say right now, just the idea of him summoning a heretic god, I'm iffy about, mostly because from what little I remember of the original canon of Campione, summoning a heretic god was not exactly an easy feat, let alone
So even Vauban needed to
That's
fucking
exactly what I'm thinking
sacrifice
about.
dozens of shrine maidens
And
just
and
to
the few
summon
that
one.
did survive were either crippled or one of the few strongest.
Yes.
Maria, because that's what I
And he's
remember.
not
That's
doing it
exactly
on
what I
his
was thinking.
own.
Like
This
it's
was
not.
us. Go ahead.
It doesn't feel like it's something that should be easy that Riser can just do. It feels like something that needs like something big, like maybe the Sephiroth Groll could have an added thing of being able to summon heretic gods under their command.
See, that's the thing is Riser doesn't realize who he's making a deal with. And he thinks it's just a friend helping him out. But the whole thing with Hecate will actually be the start of really explaining how this is happening and why it's happening, and that it's the experiments of Rizivums, part of the Chaos Brigade. Riser accepts his help, but the idea was that the heretic god Phoenix does not care about Riser or Riser's peerage and is willing to do anything whatsoever to defeat Issei. And
what is Fenix? What is Fenix connected to? Because basically every heretic god in Campion has other connections. Like this Fenix would probably connect to the Phoenix actual Firebird, which would then connect to the Chinese Feng Huang, which could connect to the Guardian of I can't remember what Guardian the Phoenix the Firebird is between the four Guardians of like the Suzaku. That's it. Like you got to kind of be prepared for all of those connections to be brought up as well, and to also find some way. I think because just the Fenix heretic god of the Ars Goetia, it doesn't really make sense to me to have only one connection because nearly every Campion heretic god has other things that's connected to it.
Yeah, because they use that.
I feel like that's kind of debatable in a sense, but I could be wrong. Like, I think it depends specific on how you want to portray the myth. Like,
well,
I feel like
I mean, to be fair, they somehow connected Melkart to fucking Heracles. Like, it feels like that.
What? They did what?
Yeah, at the start, Verith Ragnar and Melkart.
The fly
No,
god.
it's both. It's both. Melkart is both Heracles and Baal, apparently.
I did not know about the Heracles part.
There is a book by a crazy feminist lady from the 80s that got translated into Japanese that a whole bunch of Japanese authors used. Do you know how in FGO Skothaha and Scotty were like syncretized? That's from that
because
book.
Scotty used Skahak's fucking body. Yeah.
I can find the name of the book later if you guys want me to. But that's what that's all from. Though Heracles was actually worshipped by the Canaanites, and he was also, because of Alexander the Great, taken as far east as India, where I think he was like syncretized with Vajrapani or something.
But yeah, I feel like there's a line to how far you want to go with like certain mythos. Like, okay, fine, with Melkart, there's at least a basis for that. But what was his name? Perseus. He had Mithra. He had a few other things, I think.
Yeah,
Which,
like
I'll be real, I don't.
I'm gonna be honest. Perseus and Mithra doesn't really make sense, just because Mithra and Perseus never really like.
They are rather drastically different entities that I don't see how they're getting mixed up. But yeah, it's like, as far as Campion goes, you could tell me Suzaku is like just pure the demon Suzaku and he's full power bullshit, whatever, and I would not bat an eye. But I would sooner more bat and kind of give you like a look if you tried to blend in like 20 different Phoenix related things.
No,
like
we were going to make it like the Firebird that's so hot it can even burn Riser, and we were going to like make it a point that Issei actually forgives Riser's attitude because Riser, when he sees his queen and his sister be about to take a blast from the heretic god he's lost control of, rushes in, no hesitation, face tanks it, saves his sister and his queen. But this was a Phoenix.
I mean,
that makes sense. That makes sense. Riser actually does care about his fucking harem and even his sister. Like, but the thing is, though, again, the heretic god only being Phoenix doesn't really make sense to me. Like, he needs more powers. He needs more connections.
I think also the problem is just how you're going to justify summoning it, because like the moment if Riser tries to summon it, it's going to get everyone's attention. Let alone he's not going to have the power.
you need to find some way to connect that heretic god with a way to separate the space of the raiding games, because otherwise Xerxes or someone else will just come in and no diff it. Like, it doesn't make sense to leave it to Issei if
Like
it's in
the
the
best
raiding game.
the best I can just think of is that Rizium makes like a. Have you all seen Overlord the anime?
A bit of it, yeah.
Years ago.
This is like you only need to see like the intro where Ainz fights the army. They have a
Mhm.
crystal that has an angel inside.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
you could
no,
do
no,
something
no.
similar like
But
that, where
the thing
where
is, though,
Riser just
you
has
need
like a
Riser was
crystal.
literally going to have a
you need a
ritual
grimoire.
dagger.
Campion
There has
canon, you need a grimoire that has one of the authorities of the god you're trying to summon. So you need the authority to be sealed in. So it has to have descended over 100 years ago, have one of its authorities sealed, and then you can use that authority to summon it, basically. If not, you need some huge fucking ritual where you sacrifice dozens and dozens of people.
That's kind of why I like it brought up like a sort of magic crystal, like just sort of like this is the like a stored instant catalyst that will boom summon it, or at least because again, the biggest problem you have is justifying the summon itself, because there's no way Riser can just summon that thing and no one does a thing.
No, he
Yeah.
was going to be given a ritual athame that he has to stab through a grimoire and into his own intestines, sacrifice his own blood, become its
That's still
vessel.
I still
again-
feel like that would be problematic just from like the sheer power you need to summon it. Like just because you have a grimoire and you do a ritual doesn't mean he'll have the power to just summon it into the place.
And even if he
What
does
is-
summon it, again, you've got to think about would anyone interfere, which is 100% yes. None of the
What is
devils.
interesting-
For fuck's sake, Zekrom would not stand a heretic god being summoned during a raiding game. He's actually led the Civil War. If you look at the fucking wiki, it was Zekrom, the House of Baliol versus and all of the 72 pillars versus the 4 original Satan houses and the 10 extra demon houses that followed them. Like, Zekrom and the Great King faction would not stand a heretic god being summoned without something being done.
But they wouldn't even really be present, would they, for this?
No,
the problem is
they would pay attention.
Maybe not, but you got to remember, Zekrom would have some sort of interest in Rias getting married just because she has the power of destruction.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, again, like I get what you're trying to do with the summoning thing. I think your best bet is to have a summoning, like have maybe Rizium or
You need
Right.
to have Rezevim somehow get the hero faction to work with him, because you need Dimension Lost to separate the raiding game area. Otherwise, there's no point for Issei to fight the heretic god, and not for like Xerxes or even Adruka to step in and kill it.
Gotcha.
pretty much. Because again, as I said, the biggest issue for at least for me is when I
Like,
is hearing your idea.
there's no reason that Xerxes would leave his sister to face a heretic god when he could just teleport in and kill it.
Yeah, it's like and
He's
like
too much of
again,
a syscon.
the moment
He's
Riser
too
pulls
much
out
of a
that
syscon.
the moment Riser pulls out that grimoire, even if he somehow like say had a magic fucking cloak that had Hades' power or whatever of invisibility to hide the damn thing, the moment he pulls that thing out, I assume that
The people watching the raiding game would just retire Reese's peerage, including Issei, and teleport them out of there.
yeah, Issei
Okay.
might be a bit
You
of
need-
because magic resist, but
Yeah, true. But the truth is, you need some way to separate the raiding game area from everything else, and the only way you can really do that is Dimension Lost.
yeah, it's like I'm sorry, but it's just like I don't think you can really sell me, or at least me and like Cass here, on Riser summoning the thing without a massive opposition.
Yeah.
Because the moment
Like,
he pulls
no
out the grimoire,
No,
he pulls
no
out the
offense,
grimoire-
but Xerxes just teleporting in, possibly with his peerage, and no diffing that heretic god as a group. Like,
yeah, like they wouldn't even give it a chance to do a thing. Even if it's like hell, maybe even Graphia could probably kill it if she strikes quick enough.
even if not, she could hold it for long enough for her king to get there, and to also keep Rias and her group protected.
The
Again,
biggest things you need to
summoning
you need to
it
figure out is
into the raiding game just doesn't feel like Issei really needs to do anything. He doesn't even need to be there for the heretic god to be dealt with.
the core issues is that you need to figure a way to summon it properly without like anything else interfering. Because as we said, Surzak would react, Graphia would react, the rating game would immediately get canceled, and everyone would get desummoned. That's the one
a
issue.
heretic
The other is
god getting summoned during a raiding game would probably destabilize the underworld. Like, fuck, if this could happen now for this unofficial one, who says this wouldn't happen for like a championship one? Which Zekrom is all about keeping power to himself, which means keeping the underworld stable. So he'd get involved as well for that.
Mhm.
there's also the
So-
fact that there's also just getting how would Riser get the damn art authority in
Yeah.
and no one notice.
Yeah,
Because I think even for the most grimoires, they would notice divine fucking authorities in a fucking book. Like he would have to have like
thing
a
is-
magic artifact.
Well,
hiding
no,
within.
that could technically be part of the rating game rules. He just has to not have a single Phoenix tier with his team because you're allowed one magical object or whatever, which most people just use
Yeah.
for Phoenix tiers. So technically, he could take it in and say, "I'm using it just in case Rias pulls some bullshit."
So
Mhm.
he's so so they wouldn't question him having an authority as a pocket duke.
Yes,
As
they
an
would.
item-
They would have to allow it because it's part of the rating game rules.
I
But
feel like
they
an
could probably
authority is
watch-
something. I feel like an authority was something they'd make an exception for. Like that's not exactly a magic fucking tool. That's a
True.
pocket
This is
duke.
bringing your Campione as a contracted
Sure.
magician, though. I don't think it would be politically
That
feasible to call BS on Riser when he's not.
thing is though,
They call
yeah,
it-
the thing is though, Phoenix, that doesn't make sense even for Rise's canon character, because like he got traumatized by Issei, but he wasn't like outright malicious, no matter how much fanfiction writes him like that.
He's
Oh,
just an
he
asshole.
was a douchebag.
Yeah.
He was a dude bro, but he
Like
was not.
he would not, like he wouldn't summon a heretic god for revenge after losing a rating game, no matter what.
He learned some. If I remember correctly, he got very what's
He
the
did.
phrase?
He got
he learned
he got very
humility.
humbled. He got very
Yeah, that's it.
humbled by Issei, even if he got traumatized by dragons.
And I want to point out his harem stayed with him even in his
Yes.
depressed, weakened state. They
Yes.
loved him.
Yeah,
Yes,
like,
he
there was genuine
genuinely,
loyalty.
like I said earlier, he genuinely cared for his harem and actually like felt things for him.
He might have been an asshole and degenerate, but he was kind of just the cocky shit talker.
Yes.
Like the average jock. He was the punk. He was the rich kid, the rich punk. Like he probably said some stupid shit. Like obviously, like we'd all like every rich kid would. But it's like looking back, it's like yeah, he's clearly not a shitlord because clearly, if you wanted to look at a shitlord, look at what's that the nun hunt the guy with the nun fetish. That's an abusive master and servant who he's probably raped and assaulted. Like that guy was very much a very fucking person.
Like I said, Riser does not know he's getting into. That is explicitly something we wanted to establish. He is ignorant of the deal he is making or even the necessary truth behind it. And also, would an oath of snake be enough to count as a sufficient sacrifice?
I feel like it would have to be even for Opus. That would be a decent hunk of power. Like he'd at least take a few, just purely because every time my like fan interpretation of
with
it.
Ophis, with the world being fused with Campion, I could see Ophis actually having infinite power and just throwing a lot of power at shit when she wants. So that actually makes sense of using Ophis's snake to try and power a ritual to summon a heretic god. But again, the biggest offset for that is separating the rating game area from anyone interfering. Because again, there's no point for Rias or Issei to fight that heretic god if they could trap it in that world and then have just Xerxes jump in. And Xerxes is going to be watching that rating game because it involves his sisters, who is a Sith God's future.
So is everyone going robot for everyone else?
Yeah, it has for me as well.
I'm hearing both you guys here turn into robots.
Yeah, slightly robotic for me as well, Laura.
We can hold here. Thank you.
I think that's the, I think.
And
can't hear a damn thing anyone's saying.
Yeah, that went full robotic. It sort of fixed itself, but not that much.
I thought it was my internet going bad, but nah.
We can call on here. Thank you both. Actually, it's been a huge amount of help, and you probably saved me from writing myself into a corner. Thank you.
No, happy to help,
problem.
but it feels like Discord's going to shit right now because even with it storming, it wasn't this bad earlier. But yeah, again, the biggest we've got to figure out is how to set up that heretic god being summoned during raid without anyone interfering, because that's just gonna be absolutely fucking unthinkable if you have to have Issei fighting when you've got a whole bunch of people watching that raiding game.
Well, our end goal story wise was to actually have Riser end up the straight man and Issei group out of all things, which would be him, Sagi, Riser, Volley, and Doni. Possibly Deku. We haven't figured out what exactly we're doing with him yet. And so the joke would be that out of all of them, the douchebag harem protagonist was actually the most normal and sane, even compared to Mawada Mohama.
Mm.
That was, he was actually supposed to be there to explain things in a way Issei understood to Issei about the devil world, politics, no nonsense.
But
And
I'm gonna be
to
honest, a heretic god feels like an emergency sort of thing that people wouldn't really care about the rules. Like, it doesn't seem to matter what
no,
whoever
no. I'm not
named it.
saying that. That needs to be completely reworked now.
Yeah.
Now that you've pointed that out to me, I'm reworking all that. It's just I do want to keep
Yeah.
Riser as
No,
to be safe.
Riser getting tricked and summoning a heretic god could make sense. But
Mhm.
I feel like using Phoenix itself doesn't really make sense.
He was supposed to believe it was his divine ancestor, this is the spirit of the first Phoenix. It'll totally help you. That kind of
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if he gets told that, you should actually make it a different heretic god, one that doesn't care not only about the Phoenix but against Riser itself. Like, there's plenty of fire.
Well, that was actually a heretic god.
Because there's plenty of fire-based heretic gods, and Ophis is snake with the blood of the Phoenix that has, apparently, according to Canon DXT, fire that can even hurt dragon scales. I could see that summoning a fire-based heretic god, or even a sun-based one.
Maybe
Like,
you could have
I
it
just feel like that the Phoenix itself doesn't really make sense, just because of the connections you'd have to build from it. And also with the sun one, you could actually, with it summoning a different sun-based heretic god, you could definitely say it for something like even Surtur or something that blocks off the realm of the raiding game because it turns the realm into Muspelheim or something.
Yeah.
What was that Indian god? Kama? Didn't he have a bird or something?
No, Karma was the god of love and that got destroyed by Indra after waking him up from a nap. Surtur was the god of the sun.
No, okay. I think I was remembering a plot from Shin Megami Tensei.
Probably.
Because I know there was something involving Kama getting shot at by Indra in the sky.
So guys,
no, that would have been
right
Digital Devil Saga with Indra, Indrajit, and Brahma, I believe.
No, it was Shin Megami Devil Survivor 2, I think, is the one
Devil
I'm thinking
Survivor
of.
2. I'm gonna be honest, that's the one I probably know the least, because I know the bells from Devil Survivor.
I played it a long time ago, but I just remember Kama appeared, I think, in
You guys take it easy. I've got to go write all this down. You got me hyped. Thank you so very much. I'll catch you guys later.
No problem.
No, I'm happy to help. Again, it's just like I said. All right then. Well, see you. Or I guess we'll leave Sneaky in the voice chat.
Yeah, it was. He appeared in Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor 2. He got killed by Shiva. He got basically told to shoot Shiva under the guise he'd be safe, and he was used as a target practice to destroy a core.
Mm.
The poor bastard. Yeah, that was fun talking. Poor Sneaky though, he's out like a light.
Where did I put my rum down? I've lost it.
Great, now we have 2 alcoholics that are about to pass out.
I'm not about to pass out. It's only fucking 1 p.m., but I'm gonna drink more.
Cheers, bro. I can drink to that.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
See ya.